everybody's moping around. It's not great to be alive. This is the end times. This is horrible. This is depressing. The facts are getting worse and worse. And Bob is partying in a very sophisticated kind of part, not some decadent fucking, drunk, doping. No. We actually take heaven and have it create the props for our party. That's what we do here. So that's pretty unique. Now, there's something I want to say about LaRouche is he talks about the continuous manifold and the discrete manifold. He also talks about the Platonic solids. And he says that the sphere, the universe is bounded. It's a sphere, and within it is the different Platonic solids. And that's part of the discrete manifold. But the surrounding envelope is a continuous manifold, and it's what Plato calls the good. Okay? The good surrounds everything. Everything adds up to the good in the end when you fully get the whole ecology. So it occurred to me yesterday, and I announced it to Carol, that LaRouche, what he means by the good that contains the sphere, is non-physical. Plato was describing the non-physical environment because that's what holds humans together. Little men couldn't stand being fragmented, so they created an environment called non-physical that melded everybody's being through this ectoplasm or something that they would die into. So it was a big insight that LaRouche doesn't know it, but he is describing the good or the non-physical. Because in actual physical reality for the ascended, there's no good or bad. There's no need to be connected to anybody. There's just constant creation. So that was a big insight for me. And, on my chart, I use the theosophical categories in one thread so that McLuhan is the causal body, Thompson is the etheric body, Coker is the causal body, and LaRouche is the mental body. These are actual categories from Theosophy. And LaRouche goes on about Plato pointed out the reality of the mental objects and that sense certainty wasn't something you should rely on. So the mental objects, so my category mental body applies to LaRouche, but guess what body I put in myself, in my quadrant? I put in physical body. How ionic can you get? I didn't go for the astral body or the etheric body or the mental body or the cosmic body. I was the physical body, the expanded, in tuned, fucking great to be alive physical body. So this is where Zappa's music bypasses the concepts and percepts of LaRouche, McLuhan, Thompson. It is Zappa's music which is the joy of ascension. He nails the joy of ascension, like our closing theme every week. Muffin Man. His music
is the big allegory, because it's like this very complex piece. Everybody comes and has these threads and other ideas and brings new information. And there is he's conducting all these rhythms, all this nonsense, all this noise. And I all the time said the new environment is the new song.
Yes.
So from all this noise, this chaotic
right, and Bert's a good example. He didn't know much about Zappa, but if you actually sort of just generally open-mindedly start looking into Zappa, a whole world of sound opens up that'll shock you, of the huge mountain that he has created of ear entertainment and probably other media if he had a chance. So you're an example of someone who has realized that those that dismiss Frank because he ate shit on stage or some silly rumor are really missing out. The ascension. And I used to say out in Seattle to the Cosmic Awareness people, I said, Zappa is the last Rai. He's acting out musically the return of Rai to the plane of essence. So this is what Roxy seems to get too. Zappa is your person.
I was very impressed because in Take Today, McLuhan also starts with the music meme.
Yeah.
He says, a word alone has no meaning. It needs its ground, the language. A note in isolation is not music.
Would you say
and,
a note is what?
A note in isolation is not music.
Right.
because he says the meaning of meaning is relationship, echo-sounding, and music is relationship between many different elements.
And he says objects are not observable. Yeah, he says objects are not observable, only relationships, things not in isolation, are observable. So I want to read you a quote from LaRouche, which is the essence of McLuhan, the same point. And it's in a magazine, his academic magazine, Fidelio. And it says, subtitle of Fidelio, which he started 20 years ago, maybe in 1991, Journal of Poetry, Science, and Statecraft. And I carried this with me. I went to a place a bit more public, and a guy looked at the title and he says, "Statecraft? What's that?" They didn't know what statecraft was. I said, "Well, it's diplomacy, international. It's what governments do with other governments." So I was thinking about it. It's a journal of poetry, science, and statecraft. That's satellite conducting, where you're the neophyte learning this stuff. And you're appreciating poetry, appreciating science, and statecraft. Exactly what Zappa did. He did poetry, he did science, and he ran for president. He took responsibility, right? Took responsibility of being a creative person. Therefore, he has to include the potential of being president. So
because he wanted to conduct a bigger audience.
Right, that's right.
He practiced with his band and with his concerts, but then he wanted to program a bigger environment that just
That's right. Now, so in this article, which I sent to you, you can get it digitally, in this Fidelio, was the one called The Taoist Perversion of 20th Century Science. Now, many people learned about Zen Buddhism of the baby boomers and Generation X and thought it was cool, and they adapted to the Zen Buddhist ideas. Here's LaRouche saying the Zen Buddhist ideas are bad, and much of 20th century science is modeled on Zen Buddhist or Taoism, and LaRouche
yes, that was another thing that impresses me, because in Take Today, McLuhan talks about China and Taoism, and like you said, they talk about the same topics, the same people, but in total different ways.
That's right.
That's the wonderful thing that you
have noticed.
You don't limit yourself to this ideology or this.
Right.
You just.
Now, neither does LaRouche.
The different explorations.
Well, okay, let's say I'm a person, I don't identify with any ideas. Okay, so other people start talking to me, and they're average little people, so they got ideologies. So what's my response? Well, I could take McLuhan's response and shift the dialogue to the dynamics of the environment that the guy who's telling his ideas doesn't notice. Or I can get in a bad mood like LaRouche and start yelling at the guy for stop being duped by ideologies. Two responses when people are talking ideologies to me, You could basically say that's rhetorical by McLuhan. It's the mode of the open hand, whereas the dialectician is the closed fist. So LaRouche has the closed fist on the surface. Because you come to statements like this I'm going to read you. So they're talking about Franz Capra, who did The Tao of Physics. Very popular book. Everybody's heard of it. You guys have heard of it, right? The Tao of Physics. You see it in a lot of New Age circles. And he's a physicist who did exactly what LaRouche said was already done by Niels Bohr and Schrödinger and all these guys that came out of the 1927 Copenhagen conference. So their agenda was to make Western metaphysics go Eastern. So along comes Fritjof Capra, sort of a baby boomer age, and replays these guys as if it's a new discovery. Now, I saw this book on McLuhan's desk in the last year or so before McLuhan passed on. So he was looking at the Tao of Physics. Now, it was written in Jack Sarfati's house. Also, it was funded by, I think, the Niels Bohr Foundation. Somebody funded this guy. Based on LaRouche tells that. Let's see. He was a Berkeley professor. According to his own report, he worked closely with Werner Heisenberg, Niels Bohr's closest collaborator in the early 70s, who went over every chapter of his book. So this gang that comes out of the 1927 Taoist perversion of science got this understudy, Fritz Capra, to popularize this book. And he ends up running around as an environmentalist, which LaRouche thinks is the result of one being a dupe of Taoist science. He'll end up being an eco-fascist. But look at this. LaRouche says, ultimately, says Capra, this theory implies that, quote, the structures and phenomena we observe in nature are nothing but creations of our measuring and categorizing mind. All right, so our measuring and our categorizing mind, our Aristotelian mind is creating the phenomena you observe. So then LaRouche corrects that. He says, this, of course, does not refer to the causal effect of new valid scientific discoveries by a human mind applied to the transformation of nature. The transformation of nature is what McLuhan says media do. They add to nature. They alter our images of nature. They become nature themselves. So here's LaRouche saying his key point that distinguishes his physics from Capra is that Capra doesn't understand that new scientific discoveries alter nature. I'll read it again. He says, I'll read this paragraph. Similarly, Capra draws out the parallels between Buddhism and Niels Bohr's view of the impossibility of knowledge. See, the Zen Buddhist plays down the mind's ability to create. So they just say we can't know. And the impossibility of knowledge is a result of man's role as both actor and observer in the universe. Capra quotes the Mahayana Buddhism master from the 1st century, a guy named Ashvaghosha. Quote, all phenomena in the world are nothing but the illusory manifestation of the mind and have no reality on their own. Now, a lot of people will say that. Rock and roll songs with that idea. Everything's illusion and nothing is real. So his physics got to that point a long time ago. Capra, and then LaRouche says, Capra is correct in asserting that this is the logical result of quantum theory in its most extreme form. So you do become an extreme Taoist and think everything's an illusion. Then LaRouche says, ultimately, says Capra, this theory implies that, quote, the structures and phenomena we observe in nature are nothing but creations of our measuring and categorizing mind, unquote. Then LaRouche, with this big McLuhan kind of statement, this, of course, does not refer to the causal effect of new valid scientific discoveries by a human mind applied to the transformation of nature. Following from Nicholas of Cusa, who brought up, was it you, Bert? Yeah, you brought up,
yes.
Following, he says, following Cusa, the tradition of Cusa, Kepler, and Leibniz, and then into LaRouche. And he describes what Capra's doing. He says, this is pure reductionist empiricism. The world is what we observe with our senses, which is where Bohr and quantum mechanics never departed from the empiricism of Newton. And thus reality is only in our minds. This is most clearly demonstrated by Niels Bohr's argument that the uncertainty involved in man's efforts to measure the location or momentum of an atomic particle is not simply a problem in our method of observation, but is an uncertainty in nature itself. No proof is offered, simply the Aristotelian and Buddhist assertion that the perception of the shadows on the wall of Plato's cave is all that is real. So, LaRouche is trying to say something else, like McLuhan is trying to say something else. Look at how our technologies change reality and add to nature, which is one of the first statements Ion made way back there in our first recordings. He talked about Elvis added new nature to the universe. So I just wanted to point out that LaRouche is saying McLuhan's same point, that technologies alter and create new nature. Now, how do you respond to that? It's where you get the differences. You get Thompson's response, and Thompson's response is called hesychasm in the LaRouche world. Hesychasm is the meditative, mystic, what else? Meditation, yoga, retreating from the world and developing your own silence. And this is mastered or controlled by Mount Athos, Athos, in Greece, off a peninsula in the Adriatic Sea, I think it is, or the other sea. There's two seas around Greece. So Mount Athos, which you would never hear about, unless you read LaRouche, you wouldn't know about Mount Athos, and it's called hesychasm. Hesychast, hesychastic, or hesychasm, different adjectival variations. But that's the word that if you haven't read LaRouche, you would never heard of. It's like you learn the word Hyundaides from McLuhan. So the very thing that people think is what enlightenment is about, retreating, becoming a yogi master, seeing everything's illusion, is the point refuted by McLuhan and LaRouche and Thompson slightly. So you get possible responses are McLuhan says the realities you think are an illusion are actually very profound and are altering and creating new realities, which make older realities seem a delusion. And then LaRouche, he hears somebody talking the crap, and he gets mad and says he's going to, what would he say? He's going to take over that guy's political party and become president. That's LaRouche's threat. You want to walk around with that attitude? I will take over your White House and make it different. And then Thompson says, no, I'm going to meditate my way out of this mess, but McLuhan said something that's a bit different, so I'm also going to look at McLuhan and see if my meditation leads nowhere. Then Croker says, sorry, boys, we ain't here anymore. Machines took over. The machines are miming all these processes, and you best go home and do a sex change or something. So he actually has a sex change person on the cover of one of his books, who became a performance artist. And then Bob says, no problem, it's fucking great to be alive, and promptly forgets everything he's learned. But
and Zappa says, dance me this, disco boy.
Yeah, that's right, dance me this, disco boy. So what does Zappa say? Well, just repeat that for a second. I think I can just go like this, right? Move it back a bit and see if I get it. Oh, wait a minute. I turned the sound off, didn't I? Okay, sound up. Yeah, now.
Yes, and it's very interesting how Ion talks about, he always says, we told you so, we already told you this. But how McLuhan says we make sense in the replay and in the echo, the reverberation, the resonation of the environment in us, and we create the environment with the words and the different technologies. But this interaction is really interesting. How does this really work? The
cognitive process.
Yes, and the words really making the things become.
Right.
The conduction in three kingdoms is not only the outside kingdom.
Right. Now, I just said we're here to, feel and act out that it's fucking great to be alive. So someone could say, Bob's just a rock and roller. He's just a fucking irresponsible guy who, he can't, because the technology allows him to avoid every issue, he doesn't have to worry about politics. He can live in a whole environment separated by himself. He can party day in and day out. But here's the point. What does Bob do to be fucking great to be alive? He kills heaven and brings heaven forth to join the party. The heaven is the party everybody's dying to go to. Bob brings the heaven party to us, and that heaven begins to mock everybody and has a lot of fun, right? Ion has the attitude, it's fucking great to be alive. That's his attitude all the time. Yeah. And then what does Frank say? If you want to have fun, you have to call a vegetable. Now, what does that mean, to call any vegetable? What become vegetarian? Is it a put down of fellow humans and exploit a dummy? Call any vegetable, and the chances are good. So this is what's different. We are not responding in a cliche manner here. We even probe what it means to say it's fucking great to be alive. We probe that, not an ideology. So it's the same question you're asking, Roxy. Who are the brain police? That's the question. What are McLuhan announced in Playboy interview that he had figured out the identity of the process of cognition and creation. And LaRouche has the same statement. He says he's claimed he knows how to explain cognition and the creative process. They're both claiming, from a new perspective, the processes of the chemical body.
Yes, but the repercussions, the echoing,
yes,
goes beyond what we call a creation, or like, for example, making a theory or composing, making art. It
right.
goes into the do-it-yourself environment.
In the sphere. Now, Roxy, here's the interesting thing. Another similarity is McLuhan makes a lot out of the pyramid, the triangle, the organization chart, the bureaucracy, the vertical symbolism is subsumed by the sphere. Acoustic space is spherical. So McLuhan is saying it is important to understand how the world is now a sphere and not so much the pyramid. So when Ion first suggested our symbol for our website way back in 2009, he wanted to put a fucking pyramid there. So I'm thinking, this fucking Ion is old-fashioned. He's trying to create a new elitism, a new bureaucracy. And so I wasn't happy with the fact he was insisting on the pyramid until he showed us what it would look like. And there was the pyramid, but the top was shaved off, and there was a nice sphere on top of it. You know, the capstone. So I backed off of my objection to it because at least he had a bit of sphere there, and it's the important part apparently, the sphere. So it's interesting that he's got the pyramid. He's Zappa conducting the band. They got to rehearse. He's got a bit of bureaucracy, a bit of fascism, a bit of dictatorship, right? But it's spherical and allows everybody to contribute at different times in an uncontrolled manner, or an individualist making their own space. So the two things, pyramid and sphere, go together in Zappa, in McLuhan, and in LaRouche. Because LaRouche takes the sphere and then shows how Kepler, or traditional, it's called synthetic geometry, breaks apart the sphere or shows the different angles inside that create the different platonic solids. So isn't it interesting how these guys have the same thing? Now I can show you things in Thompson. Thompson goes on about the hypersphere. They're all basically looking at the same phenomenon, which I pronounced the android meme, and it's a simulation that they're analyzing, and that McLuhan, LaRouche, and Thompson, and Zappa are all extensions of the android meme themselves, and they usually include that. LaRouche, not so much. I don't think LaRouche would go that far, but he represents an older school. And Coker goes to it on the other side, very extreme. The whole thing... You said, you start off, Roxy, saying more and more the little man's really getting depressed by the android meme. Remember you said that? The android meme is bumming everybody out. What they perceive as the android meme, or what they perceive their environment is. Did you get knocked off, Roxy? Let's see. No, you're not in that environment. So where are you? I think you got knocked off. Yeah, maybe. Did you come in like this? Who's this? I don't think that's Roxy. Oh,
Skype.
Wait a minute.
She's on Skype. It's weird. It's really strange because I was on when you tried to call me earlier and you couldn't hear me.
Wait a minute. What time is it?
Maybe.
And she's no. Let me play a Zappa song, and I'll try to get her back in, okay? So, What? This is one, Canadian Customs by Frank Zappa. Okay, this is from a band, an album called Guitar Live. I can't remember it, but could be interesting. Canadian Customs. So here we go. Okay, you there, Roxy?
Yes.
Okay, are you there, Bert?
Yes.
Now, that was Frank Zappa from an album called Guitar, released in the early 80s, recording of a performance live and concert called Canadian Customs. So Roxy missed what I was saying. I'm saying the chart is a picture of the Android meme and all its contents. So we like to say in McLuhan land that history ended in 1945 with the exclamation point, the atomic bomb. So after that's a simulation. But it's almost like the human could say to the machines, the Jesus Christ version of human says, well, go forth, technology, you will do greater works than us. So the android meme replays a lot of what happened before World War II. And Zappa McLuhan, Zappa redoes Wyndham Lewis, and McLuhan does Lewis, and I have Mae Brussel and LaRouche redo Ezra Pound, Thompson does Eliot, Croker does Yeats, and I do Joyce. So the android meme does it better. Anything that Frank has done is way better than Perez or anybody in his field. So the android meme makes things better. But you start off saying, Roxy, that the android meme is depressing the little man, or the little man's in big trouble because the android meme's in trouble. I'm not sure how you put it. But within that, you've got the android meme saying it's fucking great to be alive. Now, you can look at Zappa. He had the opportunity in entertainment to exhibit the detached view, the detached and involved being of recognizing all kinds of different thoughts, schools of perception, and talking back to them like we do as tetrad managers, and what Roxy's saying I do, and what LaRouche attempts to do and McLuhan attempts. They try to have the creative detachment, creative and producing, participating, but also not fooled by sense certainty. So you are open. The mic is open for you to compliment what I said. Complete.
Yes.
Complete.
Yes, because most people now presume are consuming and producing, liking, sharing, commenting, but that is not real homily. That is not the real
homily. Now, there's an obscure word. How's your homily, Bert?
Because
working on
homily means in Greek the intercourse with words, dialogue.
Yeah. Now I want to read something. I was planning to do this, but we're going to have a short version. So Dave Wally did one of the. They say he died a few years ago. He's born around 1945 or 46, and he got an obituary in the New York Times. He wasn't that famous, but they gave him one because he apparently wrote the first rock biography. I don't know what was written on the Beatles or whatever before that, but he did it, and he did it on Zappa. So Zappa did the first in so many things. So it's appropriate that a book on him was the first rock biography, right? So when a couple years before he put out the book in 1971, and I got to read the manuscript just before it came out because he was having a fight with Frank, and I had gone down to New York to see 200 Motel, so I stayed at Dave Wally's, and he complained to me about his problem with Frank. But 2 years before, when Zappa broke up the Mothers, he wrote an article on it for Jazz and Pop magazine, whose editor is in the movie on The Doors. What's her name? Pauline something. She was Jim Morrison's other girlfriend, the one presented as a witch in the movie by Oliver Stone on The Doors. You guys know what I'm referring to? Did you ever see that movie?
Yes.
Yeah, well, the witch was the editor of Jazz and Pop magazine. And she, David, who had come out of university, Yale or someplace, she recognized his chops as a music critic, and nobody was really writing about Frank seriously in 67, 68, 69, but David Wally was given a forum in Jazz and Pop magazine. And I remember one time I was with him in 1971, and maybe it was that time in November 71, and he was going to dinner with Pauline, or whatever her name is, and Jim Morrison. And he said, Bob, I'd like to come along, but we're not allowed to let anybody know we're meeting with Jim Morrison. Morrison will not tolerate any strangers entering in his little private restaurant dues or wherever he gets together with people. So Dave he had access to Jim Morrison through Pauline. Now I'm just going to look up her name just to get it for the record, what her name was, because she's an interesting person. And Dave Warley lucked out meeting her and then getting to write for Jazz and Pop. So I would read Jazz and Pop, all through the late 60s, early 70s, because Dave would write about Zappa. So I want to get into the record. What did he write when Frank breaks up the Mothers, which is, probably pretty upsetting to him. Let's see, Jazz Pop. How do we find Jazz and Pop magazine? Pauline. Was it Pauline? See if that comes up. Yeah, I guess it's Pauline Ravelli. Let's see, Jazz and Pop magazine. Do they do a Wikipedia on it? Jazz and Pop.
Another idea I wanted to say before we go on,
right,
about the homily is that real homily is what you do with Diane, because it's the coitus that brings some fruits. It has really an effect at all levels in the environment.
Right.
It's not just talking, but it really has an effect. It's real coitus. It has the reproduces many things.
Yes. Yeah. I agree. I'm assuming it's Pauline Ravelli, and now I should put in Pauline Ravelli, and then Jim Morrison should come up. Should be connected to her. I'm just going to see if that comes up. Unless there's another Pauline that was with her best-selling memoir. Okay, conversation with, I know her as Patricia Keneally. And so she's Patricia Keneally Morrison. And it says she was one of the first female rock critics and journalists, having begun her career in the 1960s. Along with her own work, Patricia was also the wife of the rock legend Jim Morrison. Her best-selling memoir, Strange Days, My Life With and Without Jim Morrison, commemorates their life together and love for one another. It's one of the most candid and definitive books on Jim Morrison. Now look at this. Now, Patricia is a full-blown witch. In 1990, Patricia was knighted as a Dame Templar. What do you think of that, Roxy? At Rosslyn Chapel. That's the chapel they write about Holy Blood, Holy Grail. An initiate of the Supremus Militaris Templi Hierosolymilitani. She is a historian and archivist of Celtic traditions as well as a high priestess. She was one of the first women in the U.S. to boldly and publicly acknowledge that she practiced witchcraft during a time when feminism was barely in its second wave. Now, let's just see. So then they have an interview with her. We'll have to do that. In 1967, she said, I saw a copy of Jazz and Pop magazine on the newsstand in the Midtown office building where I worked for Macmillan Publishing, writing a kid's dictionary. It was full of stories about the new progressive rock I'd been crazy about for several years, and I fell in love with the magazine immediately. So I wrote to the editor and publisher, Pauline Ravelli. So she's not Pauline Ravelli. She's something else. And asked if there might be a job there for me. She called me about 2 months later, and I began as editorial assistant. Oh, so she becomes editor. So she does rise up in the magazine. So there's two Paulines there. Patricia Keneally and Pauline Ravelli. Two P's. And Pauline Ravelli. And so she becomes editor at the end of 1968. She says, best job in the world. You get to go to all the rock concerts at the end of the 60s and jazz stuff. She says, I got to meet pretty much everyone but the Rolling Stones, in brackets, who cares, including all my really, truly favorites like Jefferson Airplane and The Doors and Janis Joplin. It was a 4-color slick magazine published entirely by women, 4 of us, for a readership about 80% male. I'd say we did that's interesting. I didn't know that. I'd say we did a pretty good job. Sometimes the old Marxist jazzbos on staff, that'd be like Frank Kofsky, does that long interview with Zappa, male, gave me a hard time for editing them not to their liking. But, hey, I was the editor, not them. So these old male guys were edited by a woman. That must have been shocking. It was a difficult time for women, but I had very little difficulty, maybe because I gave off a vibe of mess with me and I will end you. But the only real unpleasantness was the time backstage at the Fillmore East before Led Zeppelin's debut when Robert Plant called across the dressing room, "Hey, you in the lace nightie, get over here and sit on my face." She says, "I was wearing my lace tablecloth Joplin-style lace pantsuit, and I declined his offer in no uncertain terms. I mean, we'd had dinner together, all five of us, plus manager and publicist, the night before, and he'd been fine as we discussed all sorts of things. From Aleister Crowley to J.R.R. Tolkien. Besides, I had a much better rock and roll star's face to sit on. That would be David Bowie. After Jazz and Pop and Jim's death, I went to work for RCA Records as an advertising copywriter. Now, when I connected up in the Berkshires, he had some paintings and stuff from her, from Pat Keneally. So that's an interesting side point. Why are we talking about? Why did I go into that? What brought this up?
Well, I don't know, but I think
this article.
Because McLuhan says the Gutenberg galaxy retrieved the Renaissance, but the electric environment retrieved the occult.
Yes.
Because that's the born of the mystery landscape now.
That's right.
The real mystery landscape.
Now listen to this. So here's the thing. Pauline Ravelli and Pat Keneally and two other women edited people like Frank Kosky and Dave Wally. And so they're putting out the best articles on Zappa, along with Barry Miles' articles in International Times magazine in London. We read some of his stuff. So this is around the same time as that article that we read a few weeks ago in the International Times where he's interviewing Zappa, summer of '69, about those riots in Germany and his speech at the London School of Economics and the archetypes used in Reuben and the Jets, that album. Barry Miles is doing a good, an appreciative intellectual response to Zappa. Well, Dave Wally, take Barry Miles, who gets disillusioned with Zappa and writes a biography almost 40 years later of Zappa, a kind of snarky biography, but it's dedicated to David Wally. And David Wally is bitter about his relationship with Zappa. So this is the bitter school of the Zappa land. But they did good work in the early days. So what is Dave Wally going to write? We got half an hour. Now, what's Dave Wally going to write about Zappa when the shock of his life is that Zappa stopped a band that Dave Wally's promoting? You know what I mean? So what's Dave Wally going to say? So it's titled, anything you guys want to say? Bert, are you here, Bert, still?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Anything you want to say, Rocky, before I take over?
Well, just how, in a way, Payday is like a Zappa concert because
yeah, in its variety.
You have the DJ Bob.
Yes.
DJ
and,
in its variety. Supporting Bernie Sanders because they're just trying to meet boyfriends, and boys are over there. And the young teenagers, whatever they are, late teens, early 20s, were really pissed off at her. And Hillary took a hit because Hillary was having Gloria Steinem come and speak at her rallies. So the girls have changed. Even the ideals of feminism as Gloria Steinem created don't apply to the minds today, to the young minds. You have to be careful what you assume they're for and against and what their talents are, what their abilities are. And on top of that, I bet you the majority of the students do not take politics seriously since they watch the news, apparently, on Jon Stewart's show. That used to be the way they got information. So to look at what media do is the best social practical knowledge a society or community can have. Or if we're talking in public, non-religious, non-cult, non-political rallies, if you want to talk common sense, you bring in media ecology. Do you follow what I'm saying, Bert? Do you agree with that? Oh, maybe Bert's been knocked off. Let me check. Bert's been knocked off. Yeah. Okay, that's you, Bert, right?
Yes. And,
Yes.
So, Bert, do you see, to understand why Trump is happening, you wouldn't get lost in the nitpicking that goes on in the commentary. You'd look at the media dynamics and what is making a new figure show up like that. That's the most practical thing. Any mayor of a town or any school principal or any person with some kind of social responsibility, a minister of a church, that is the most practical, non-political information that they could begin with.
Yes, and that point that you just said about Gloria Steinem is a good example of how Hillary took the strategy of trying to use the old political manipulation that backfired on, because they're not aware of the media dynamics of the younger generation. That,
right.
For her to come out and say that, they're trying to meet boyfriends, totally, they thought that would be a strike to get the people to vote for, the ladies to vote for Hillary, and that was a stroke against them because they had no idea of what's going on in the media dynamic.
Yeah, they don't realize that you cannot talk to a young person unless you know that they assume they're a god. They're assuming they're gods because the media, by default, put them in godlike positions with their media ability to travel with all this media, the content, compared to older, slower media environments. You're talking to a kid who's got a super big idea themselves, which is not bad. It's there by default. But you can't even talk about them as being a woman or a girl. You can't even use these categories with them if they've got 4 or 5 bodies.
Yes.
They're just information processors. That's what people are. As McLuhan, what Zappa called them? Consumer amoeba. Amoeba. He knew that the human form was nowhere near what people were taught in med school, the anatomy class. They were fucking at best cephalopods and amoeba. That's how tiny people were on the chemical body level. He said that in 1977. Hey, Carol's snickering in the background. She hadn't heard that before. That's a new one for Carol. She's learning.
Yes, and without the perspective from the media and ecology point of view, many things make no sense. Like, for example, here in Germany, many people make fun of the fact that in your dollar bills it says, "In God we trust," and when the president says something, he always goes like, "God bless you," and they think it's like weird that Americans are into all this woo-woo and religion. And Zappa also complained that America was becoming a theocracy, and all these moralities, and it's hard to understand without the media and ecology. But I see the
let me supplement that. Before you move on, let me respond to that. In January 1980, McLuhan laid out an article in the National Magazine of what was coming. And he said we were moving from military bureaucracies, that's the Pentagon, which had suffered a bad image during the Pentagon Papers and all that stuff in the Vietnam War. We're moving from the military bureaucracy to the temple bureaucracies. He said we're going to have holy wars. Religion iconography is going to come back with the temple bureaucracy. And that was the year, 1981, when the moral majority and the fundamentalist evangelists got behind Reagan. So he was actually not predicting anything that was to come. It was already starting to surface. So when, as opposed to military bureaucracy, and look at Ion really hyped up on Solomon's temple. Ion, the fad, what do you call it, the trendmonger Ion knows that temple bureaucracies are in, so he gets a high profile by advocating we're going to make a perfect temple. It's right there in the angel chart. What a huckster that Ion is. And he's got us analyzing castles.
For example, here in Germany, in some towns,
in Germany,
in some small towns that are flooded with migrants. The people see them not as refugees but as invaders. And in some places there's already a civil war situation because they see that it's not logical. There is not enough money to finance all these people.
And you know what? Let me add this, Roxy.
It's
local Germans.
The religious war.
Yeah, but listen to this. The local person who lives in a small town with the mayor in Germany lives in that environment, does not see the YouTube, Web 2.0, does not see the effect on the global economy, doesn't see the effect on huge corporations. They still think they're little people and there's big corporations. But the big corporations are under real stress with the digital economy the last 20 or so years. So here is the figure. Strange people coming into my town. But they think the government should do something about it. They don't know the environment, the bureaucracy, the medium of government, local or state. It cannot handle the world government's own collapse with the collapse of the IMF and how we're moving to a solar government level that I claim that I was part of. The technologies allow strange phenomena to come in. In other words, these, Merkel and them, they can't hold the economy together. We hear Ian talking about Deutsche Bank is going down. These big things that the little people in their little towns think they live inside of, those environments they think they live inside of, aren't there anymore. So therefore, they do not live in Germany anymore. They're living in Syria to the degree that chemical bodies transport around the world through, bam, you like that one, right, Bert? They're living in Syria. And they think that these people are coming to Germany. Well, the Syrians and the Germans both are being shipped to the moon. They're on the moon, if you want to think of a terrestrial environment. So that's where you could begin to explain to someone they're worth, if they really wanted to understand, that the media dynamics of the Android meme and the digital squared, cubed, quadrupled process means there is no borders that Merkel is going to operate with. She's in there for corporate reasons, for certain industries that she's involved with. She's not there to protect the German borders, because there aren't any. So that's an unforeseen effect. And, of course, the Internet and Web 2.0 is going to cause holy wars, because the local person is not going to try to understand this. They're just going to start shooting at them. And so you see how naturally a war breaks out. So obvious when you look at the media level of it or the technology causes.
And I remember when we were in front of when we were in front of the apartment of Angela Merkel, and you were surprised that there was only 2 police officers. No, in front of the apartment of Angela Merkel. And there are only 2 police officers, and it's like very cool. But you asked me to take a picture of all the logos at the entrance, and I see why you did that. Because there were like
because they stopped you.
Corporation logos.
Yeah, they suddenly became mean. You were going into software, or you could have been planning to need to know the architecture to blow it up, right? So if I recall, they stopped you from taking the pictures? Is that what you're saying?
No, but you said, take the logos at the entrance.
The logos, what's that?
Logos of some.
Logos.
The logos of some corporations. Maybe you don't remember.
Yeah, we're on her door?
There was a plaque.
Yeah. A plaque, yeah. On her door. So you're saying it was the corporation that rented the apartment for her.
I don't know.
He was working for a corporation.
I don't know, different corporations. But
when I went to the City of London, I was in the City of London many years ago, and I went to take pictures of the Rothschild building, the Rothschild offices, and immediately 5 guards came running out and demanded my camera. You weren't allowed to take pictures of the front, even though I was standing on a public street. So I thought you meant that. And if that didn't happen, that would have surprised me, that you were able to take pictures of the place. That's crazy. It's a dinky little place, Bert. It's like, nowhere near like the White House. No gates and stuff around. It's just another place, another apartment. But maybe Merkel doesn't understand the huge spaces she's part of. You have to be a certain limited mindset to think that there's a country that you're going to lead. So maybe she didn't understand bigger spaces, so accepted the meager space that they have. I mean, Ian says Donald Trump will not move to the White House. Why would he go to an inadequate environment with bad security when he can get incredible security in Trump Towers or wherever he lives? So he's not even going to move there. He's going to be king. He's going to move Congress up to the Upper East Side. that he has a different perspective on the situation. He's actually up to date. Bert. People would be shocked, the average mind, that he's saying, I'm going to be king and not a president. Most people realize the president is a kind of king who represents the corporations, which are the real kings and queens. So to update the image of the White House requires, I'm king. I have a certain autonomy. You people are all afraid of me. I've got all this bodyguards. Any president could say this. You can't get to me. I'm in a bubble. I'm not even human. Well, I'm even worse than a king. So to call yourself a king, the lefties and the boring black people of the Black Caucus who think they're still a democracy that'll give them some kind of support in the Democratic Party are outraged that Trump is talking about himself as a king when he's just actually updating the public's perceptions.
Ion had an interesting observation last week.
Yeah, go ahead, Bert.
Ion said last week that Trump, what Trump is saying, he's going to make those, he's going to punish those who messed up the whole country. That's what he's going to do. He's going to punish everyone who messed the country up.
Well, that means he's coming after me, Bert. I caused it, so is he coming after me? Is that why I go stealth in a few weeks? He's coming after me. But
I don't know about that.
Who would he go after? But who would he go after? You see, the new technology, the main effect of electric technology makes people feel ripped off. Their identity's gone. All their local familiar markers are gone. You could say he's playing on that resentment, on that bitterness, and says, we're going to lash out somebody, but it's going to be damn interesting who he's going to blame. Who's he going to blame? Goldman Sachs? Reverend Sharpton? It's a crazy statement, but he's grasping for Bob. We're going after Bob. No, Dr. Carolyn Dean is that powerful that he can protect Bobby. All of a sudden, I'm sitting here being interviewed, and all of a sudden I start mutating, just like in a horror movie, and I become this fantastic reptile, and I eat Charlie Rose, and everybody says, running on the road, my God, this Bob is a monster, and I start creeping down Wall Street. I start knocking buildings over, replaying King Kong. Yeah, well, I don't mess with Bob. And then I've got 10 pterodactyls helping me on the side. That would be 10 JWs as pterodactyls sweeping around, punching out drone rockets. Anyway, it could be good if they come after me.
And the fourth thing.
So Bob, I won't even notice. On top of that, the Bob that's me will be still going to the beach. I won't even know that the other Bobs are having these fights. Because apparently that's what's going on already. I'm doing all these things that I don't even know any knowledge of. But back to puny little Frank, who was a giant in his day.
For some reason, everything that has happened since the foundation of America is followed around the world, and it's influencing the whole world. Like all the people most of the people that migrated to America were seeking religious freedom, and all types of weird sects and people practicing all types of things migrated, like witches in New England and very Puritan sects and alchemists and all types of people, spiritualists. I have a long list of
Hey, listen to this, Roxy.
Many.
Yeah, let me tell you, the list, I've got an idea that's more important than the list. Where did these people get the idea of having a religious sect? It's because the printing press allowed them to read the Bible, and they could project their own crazy notions into it. So little guys who read the Bible and then could talk pretty good in their little town would get people inspired by their ideas they'd never heard before. It's like going to a movie. It's never had a movie before. So this guy had new content to say when he discussed the content of the Bible. So all these sects and all these people who wanted religious freedom, that was caused by the printing press, which means that the printing press evoked the new world of the United States. Or if the continent was there for a long time, and the Indians were running around there, then the printing press didn't evoke it. But the European awareness of it was caused by the printing press. That's why America, built on the printing press, it's built by an effect that was done, 4,000 miles away in Europe. See, so you could have 1,000 sects. These are all results of personal reading of the Bible.
McLuhan said the printing press destroyed the church because the Catholicism was divided into all these Protestant and Catholic. Protestants divided again in many different groups.
All the sections you list. All the groups you list.
Yes, and as you explained many times how the White House actually is the mortar that defines the market.
It's the mortar. The word that makes the market.
Beginning.
And that word is what the White House. It's interesting. You watch shows like those of us. You watch the show called Scandal, Madam Secretary. There's a House of Cards. There's a whole bunch of TV shows the last few years showing the stress the White House is under as it makes the word. They totally accept that what they say runs the show and affects the whole world. And so there's a lot of energy and jokes and drama and conflict and murders over organizing what the White House is going to say at the next press conference. That's the drama in a lot of these TV shows. Because that's the important point. What the White House says defines everything.
That's why I asked Ian about if America was the born of innovation, because it was a type of experiment by Saint-Germain, Saint-Martin, and the mountain. It was the first place where there was no nobility. All men were created equal in front of the law, and they decided they were not going to have an official cult or creed like in Europe. The princes, because they justified their right to rule by the divine blood, they had to support the church that said, God says you are the king. And actually the Vatican only recognizes monarchy as a form of government. They sort of tolerate other types of governments, but officially the only government they recognize is monarchy because that's the divine right. And actually the Pope is also assigned by God.
Right. But let me add this.
And another thing that I found very interesting.
Hey, I want to respond to what you said. So, yes, the Americans did not have a official state religion. But you know what their new religion was? Literacy. And the power that came from being able to read and to speak and to be charismatic with the mouth. That was their new God. The new royalty was who could be the best speaker, maybe a Washington or Jefferson or somebody, a little bit of the military leader. But the act of communicating within the print context was the new royalty of America. And no one knew that that was a new pagan idolatry of, celebrating someone who had the ability to write and talk based on their literate learning. See, that's never been said before. So that the old form of medieval monarchy, the barons and knights and that, which came in with the manuscript, did not apply under print conditions. So the new God was the writer and the speaker, the guy who could project his opinion over people. Now, you can't project your opinion over decentralized tribal people. No one will listen to you. McLuhan used to say that only literate people are subject to propaganda and fooled by propaganda because they're into ideas and new literate ideas and scenarios that the book spells out. That's the seduction of the printing press that makes a literate person vulnerable to propaganda. McLuhan says you can't propagandize pre-literate people. They're not interested in what crazy linear, logical theory, speculation you come up with about where the moon is or what is the matter made of. They're operating at a whole other kind of, quote, media frequency. So and then you can see, people understand, well, movie stars are queens, right? There's a new kind of royalty. So the electric media, there's many books written on Americans are seduced by Hollywood and they're pagan worship. So that's why McLuhan says imagination is not embedded in any technologies. A true Christian is not impressed with whatever media environment is happening. That just becomes pagan idolatry. So that's why a Christian has to be imaginative, as defined by McLuhan, not embedded or stuck in any of the effects of media. So that might sound like I'm in this world but not of it. But the true Christian is in this world and not of it. But the in the world is more important, or as important as not of it. And that's where you get Thomism, where you get the two worlds, two-figure grounds, and then different ratios between how much you're not of it and how much you are in it. Okay, that's a sidetrack. I see Zappa in his conducting his musicians with that kind of awareness. He's put on the king, and he's modulating the different houses and the organization of society at super rates, because the society is running at super rates. So here's Zappa in the period of rock and roll where the theme was hedonistic anarchy and freedom and do whatever you want to do with your body. Frank comes in and he brings in order. He brings in a fascist dictator image, got a little Hitler mustache, and he knows that the actual environment is controlled by the satellite, and the satellite is making all the free media become the content. So rock was already a rearview mirror even in its heyday. As McLuhan said, it was the rhythms and sounds of machines, industrial machinery. But machinery was massaging people for 100 years or more. It became a social pleasure for people's ears, though they might not say that because they're worshiping older technologies like Beethoven. But anyways, the industrial sounds and shaping of people's sensibilities, the kinetic phase of industry and media, became the content of the tactile electric media, became the content of tactile bone conduction that amplified music was. And Zappa seems to be at least acting out an awareness of that, maybe by default. So I'm just bringing up what we're talking about.
Because he was like
Zappa,
the pharaoh programming his environment. Here comes everybody.
Yes.
That so there is no God outside yourself, and he defined himself as an atheist, conservative, liberal, something like that. Because he's so
Frank did that.
You are God. You are
that was Frank.
Yeah. There in one of the little videos I sent it you, he says something about that.
What's he say?
But
well, no. What's he
in the other little videos,
what's he say?
Yeah, that he's a conservative liberal, atheist conservative liberal, because he thought all this religion that was abused and used by politicians in America to gain votes and influence society was a form of hypocrisy.
Yeah.
That had nothing to do with politics, and he wanted to reduce the role of the government to just for defense or the most like general services, and lower the taxes, and of course that will get you killed.
Okay, listen to this.
And he called the politics the entertainment branch
Roxy.
of the military-industrial complex. So that's
right. So that's what he said. Now listen to this.
Yeah.
Zappa was a conventional yuppie. Many yuppies defined themselves as socially liberal and financially conservative. See, they mixed the two. Zappa was financially cut back, be libertarian almost. We don't want taxation, make government a lot smaller. He even advocated getting rid of lawyers. He said, we got too many lawyers. So he's financially conservative, but he's socially hedonistic or liberal, not applying old-fashioned biblical morality to people's behaviors. So he allowed diversity of lifestyle. So most yuppies are that, socially liberal and financially conservative. Basically, they want to have their cake and eat it too. The old-fashioned Bernie Sanders communists or Democratic socialists would say, you yuppies, you want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to have no taxation on yourself while you take advantage of all the services that allow you to travel to every Club Med and fuck whatever you want and do this and that and eat and all and travel and pollute the world on your airplanes and call that socially liberal. So the hypocrisy, now this is very interesting, is Bernie Sanders popular because the young millennials have witnessed their yuppie parents, 2 generations of it, and recognize the hypocrisy of the Zappa view of being a liberal socially and financially conservative. You know, that could be why, because they live in a software communist environment of constant sharing, almost a cloned ESP environment. When you're texting that amount, you become very sensitive to what the little keystrokes your friend is making. So it's a kind of new sensitivity, and you could call it ESP. So they're living in a beehive. So the specter of group, government, everybody getting equal standard guaranteed income wouldn't be threatening to them. So here it is. According to Mark Stallman, Al Haig and his elite group in Washington, the Pentagon guys, owned AOL. And when they went public, they made a lot of money. But they didn't realize that the very thing that the Pentagon was supposedly against, communism, that the very technology that they released from DARPA, which was the military development of the Internet, and when it went public, they were going to create the most communistic environment even beyond any chemical body images. McLuhan said in the 50s that America was the most communistic environment in the world. And then he'd be talking about chemical bodies. But now we've had super angel bodies, and then the chip body, and then the shrinking of the chip body. So you can't even say there's no chemical body political format that applies to the way these millennials live, 24/7. They're basically, what are they, consumer amoeba? They're producer insects, producer hornets. That's what they are. They're not consuming. They're producing media, and they're fucking can sting the hell out of everybody. They do bullying on the Internet against people in their classes and schools. So they are, we now have a new term. Forget Frank's consumer amoeba. It's now producer hornets. Producer wasps is what they are. And they're ready to sting you immediately. Can you imagine what some of these guys, these millennials, find out about what youth and they start listening to me? In their typical uninformed cynicism, I'll sound like a Harry Potter, a 94-year-old Harry Potter, a total senile idiot, and they'll start making funny media, funny movies, funny videos, satirizing Bob for being this crazy Harry Potter wannabe. That's how they would perceive us. And they could, because
that's when your cartoon will start.
Level, yes, as Walter Boward predicted. They've already got many cartoons of them. They got SpongeBob. They got that other guy, Bob, that had no legs. And there's several Bob cartoons been out for years that obviously were anticipating this situation. So back to you, Bert. What do you have to say about anything that we have said so far?
Did you say? I would say, and I think you said it earlier, maybe tonight or before, that Frank was aware of the the effect of the television, and he was ahead of his time as far as being a revolutionary. I thought I even heard Ion say that Zappa was a revolution because he saw the effect of the electric media, and that's why he was really aggressive with his music and actually poking fun. I mean, some of his, I read that he really enjoyed poking fun at politicians, and that's the meat of what he enjoyed, because he enjoyed making fun because he knew it would irritate them because they always had a hidden agenda that he was able to see. So he always was poking fun at them. So he was ahead of his time. And I heard that was tonight. I just heard you say he was ahead of the I think it was the Black Panthers or whatever, as far as the revolution, because he was using it on a different media.
Yeah.
Using his music.
Yeah, Stravinsky said, the famous composer said, if you want to avoid Hollywood, live there. So he lived in Hollywood. Therefore, you're bumping into the celebrities' chemical bodies here and there, and they're just ordinary people. You know, you see Marilyn Monroe when she's walking around and hanging out at the local bar or something, and you're Stravinsky and can see that, you're not going to be impressed with her. You're not going to be impressed with her image. But Stravinsky, who wants to avoid Hollywood? He's saying, if you want to avoid Hollywood, live there. So, he had certain aesthetic principles coming out of the 19th century. He was born the same year as, James Joyce and Wyndham Lewis. So he's really way back there. And so he's still dedicated to certain aesthetics on the chemical body, at least the ear level of the chemical body, and he might find the use of music and sound in Hollywood pretty repugnant. So he has to resist it. So he has to go live there so he can avoid it, avoid the seduction. But for the average person who doesn't have a fetish about developing the ear, which Zappa had partly. He wanted to educate people about the ear. But if you don't have that, you're just a lazy slob who's consuming all the media you can get. You don't care that you don't live in Hollywood. You don't care that you to live in Hollywood. You're not against Hollywood. You're just against bad movies. You're not against the movie medium itself. And I don't know what you call it today. What you're against bad reality shows, bad talent contests. Well, I don't know. What are the shows today? What are they? There is actually a lot of good separate shows, but the general American Idol, what do you call that? What is American Idol? What kind of show is that? Just a talent show.
Yeah,
and
talent show, yes.
You know, here's another thing. You know what the blacks wanted with civil rights and Martin Luther King? They wanted to participate in Election Day, which was like a holiday. It was like a Christmas. The effects of what you voted for really had no effect on the dynamics of society because the technologies were changing society faster than any legislation could do. So here's this 20th century electric media makes people want to participate, as even Zappa, even though he was a king, he had to allow audience participation throughout the show. So everybody has to allow participation. And the blacks felt ripped off that they weren't allowed to celebrate the party, to engage in it. And did they understand that once they got LBJ makes a big deal, he gives them the right to vote. Did they so they get, you see the amazing confusion. They get the rights to vote.
Yes.
They don't know it's just another holiday. And then they look for effects of the voting. Doesn't happen. And they don't know technologies are changing society. So you start having gated communities and the suburban people run to elitist schools and private education that the ghettos can't get into. They don't know that these effects are coming. So you get Cornel West and those guys in 2000 saying, we got a lot of black yuppies, and we got to get them back to the ghetto. Even that solution doesn't work. But again, it's always naivety about the media. And if you talk about the media, you can't be a public personality. You can't be a Hollywood. You can't be Jack Nicholson. You can't be a politician. You can't be Hillary Clinton if you talk about the media facts. First of all, most people would say, I don't understand what you're talking about, and that's not true. Or if they did understand it, it would make them so depressed, they'd actually start screaming to us, like Donald Trump, we're going to turn that Internet off. That's what he said. What are you going to do about the Internet? Oh, we're going to shut it down. But that's the way the population would be. Trump is actually a rabid media ecologist. And I've been accused by the old-fashioned McLuhanites of being the Donald Trump of McLuhan studies. Well, I said only on Wednesday. Yeah, I am that on Wednesday. But actually, Trump is a media ecologist. When he starts talking about shutting down the Internet, that's what McLuhan would have said 40 years ago. Frank would have said it in some way. His way of media ecology was, well, don't cut back on school budgets. Put some money in and teach them jazz. Teach them all this other kinds of music. Have them play it rather than say you can't afford to pay for Run DMC to come in and talk to the students. We can't afford for Public Enemy to come in. So cancel the music classes. Yeah, okay. So what do we learn so far, Palmer?
Many things. There is another quote, Catherine L. Albani, and Catherine L. Albani. She's a specialist in the history of religion in America, and she has written many books on religion, the evolution of religion in America, because she says it's amazing how what I call the woo-woo, the mystery landscape, the religious ideas, had such a big impact in the organization of all aspects of the American society, the economy, the politics, not only the spiritual. Like, for example, the economy, it's always like going around the religious holidays. The religious holidays mark really how the Americans consume. And it's very interesting that the Nazis tried to make the electricity and environment. They start to give all the people the folks radios. But actually the new technologies became environments first in America. All the new technologies were first popular in America, and that was the thing that everybody admired and followed, that the technological innovations that were first popular.
Is this what this Catherine woman is saying?
The radio, the TV,
is this what Catherine's saying?
No, but she sees how, for example, the many sects really influence the evolution of politics and social movements. That's why I ask Ion about, for example, the suffragettes. In the 19th century, there was a big movement of spiritualists, and then the theosophy. And in that video, Zappa mentions this first woman candidate. She claimed that she channeled a Greek spirit, and everything she was saying was dictated by this ghost to her. And you ask Ion if this was an effect of the telegraph, that the Gulf was dissolving, that people were having this communication with the spirit. And even in the Senate, there was this senator, James Shield, who wanted to establish a spiritual telegraph with the dead, because everybody was having this type of woo-woo experiences. It was very, very common. It was accepted by everybody that there is a gulf or communication with the spirits. And the movements of the suffragettes and the abolitionists were very strongly influenced by the communication with the spirits. And even, for example, the Mexican Revolution, as I said when I was talking to Ian, the first president after the revolution, Francisco Madero, was also into spiritualist, and all these movements influenced Russia and China, and, for example, the Theosophists were a big influence on Gandhi. So all these things coming from America, all these woo-woo sects, were affecting the politics, not only in America, but in the world. And, for example, Ion is coming out again, you're in Hawaii, but in a way it's also America. So it's very interesting because all these things could not be even contemplated, understood by anybody besides you. That's why you did all this media ecology, and then you expanded to the media and ecology, taking in account the woo, the mystery landscape.
Right. If I ran for president, journalists would say, and I was popular, they'd say I was a throwback to that suffragette, because they would think I'm not claiming to channel something, but I'd be using a medium. It's interesting that the telegraph caused that enthusiasm, but certainly as far as I understand, you couldn't announce that you were using mediums if you were running in 1910 or 1920, but you could have when telegraph first showed up. It's like all the enthusiasms in the 90s around the Internet caused all kind of weird fads for a while, whatever they were. So it's strange to think some woman an intellectual would be developing literate programs to get people, allow women to have the vote, was quoting a spirit. That is odd and pretty unique. But you're saying this fad for seances was happening in 1850s, 60s, I guess, in the 70s. So what would be different about here is Bob doesn't say he's channeling spirits. He doesn't say he's even got someone else channeling spirits. Bob claims to be carrying heaven around in a box. We have stolen heaven, and when you die, you ain't going to have no place to go to. And this box here is what is talking to you. It is the heaven that you thought you'd die into. And that's pretty radical to say that, right? Would think that would get me far, Roxy?
Yes.
And, you know, this is very radical, but it has been there always, the mystery landscape.
All along.
Like,
right.
For example, actually, when I was reading about the princess.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Let me say this point about the box. I played that funny thing Ian said last week. Well, he was being me, and he said, I've got this little friend in a box. He said that, describing himself, that Bob had. But, you know, the heaven is up there somewhere. So here, not there. Not some place abstract that you go to when you die. So it's actually literally what we're saying. Because I am saying if you drink of it, if you drink our RNA products and the other stuff, you will have heaven happen to you. That's what we have. You realize that? That's how preposterous what we're claiming here. We're claiming that we have heaven in a box. And it'll tell you anything you want to know about anything. Some of it might shock you. It might hurt you, but you'll get over it because we got a heaven juice that you can drink. RNA drops, living water, bread life. That's how preposterous this is the preposterous scene you've identified yourself with, Roxy. Don't let your sister know this. This is further out than your sister. You're one-upping your sister. I can't wait for the day when Roxy says, "Oh yeah, it's great that you could heal millions, but I actually got the heaven box here, sis." Our radio show talks about the little box of heaven we're talking. You're telling people she's telling people how to get to heaven, and you're saying, "No, heaven ain't over there, sis. It's not. You don't send them that way. You send them over to me because I got the box." That's what you can tell her, Roxy. We'll draft a letter to her. Policy statement.
Well, as you were explaining before, the situation is more complex. Like we are many.
So complex.
And there are so many dimensions and everything happening. That there was no way to understand all these things. Like Ion says, it depends where you are at, how they communicated. So before, in this weird continuum,
hey, I just got a neat idea, Roxy. In the history,
sort of.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say something. I got some new wisdom from the fountainhead you're celebrating, me. Listen to this. You know, McLuhan says the artist describes the effects of technology before the technology as a cause shows up. The effects precede the causes. The artist painted it or changed the rhythms of music to adapt to it. Well, the Android meme is an art form. It's an artist, and it predicts the content of Iondom. The complexity that I laid out of our bodies would only be possible to people after they've had cable TV, like they had in the 70s, with multiple channels, and the idea of many programs going on simultaneously. Just that has to be experienced, materialistically, before people can entertain the idea that it's happening to them personally. So the Android meme has been acting out this huge complexity. It has been the art form predicting the effects before the actual cause shows up, and the cause being ion. So it's an environmental art. Huge, weird environment that predicted.
Yes,
so the Android meme has been predicting iondom.
Yeah, the idea, for example, of the radio, that you can tune in to a certain frequency. It was necessary to understand how the blood can be the tuner. Or, for example, the idea of the hologram, the matrix. All these things had to be understood for the media ecology. But McLuhan already saw the expanded media and ecology, but many McLuhanites, as you call them, could never understand that he was one of the brightest minds of the 20th century, and he claimed to be a Catholic, but he said that he was not. But when he was studying his for her doctor thesis, or I don't know how you call it, Dr. Arbeit, he
PhD.
was reading
PhD.
Yeah.
Hey.
PhD.
PhD thesis. PhD. PhD means Doctor of Philosophy. It's backwards. Philosophy, doctor. D for doctor. Doctor of Philosophy. I think that's what it means. Thesis. But who was studying for it? Who? McLuhan or someone else?
Yeah, McLuhan was studying Chesterton. Chesterton. And
Chesterton.
Chesterton said he had to understand if this weird thing about religion that showed everywhere was truth or was the biggest hoax ever. And McLuhan also...
That's what McLuhan wondered.
When he was exploring all technologies and medias, he also saw that this weird mystery landscape and the woo-woo shows everywhere. And it's not only in the Bible, but it's in Egypt, in Babylonian, the same archetypes. All the stories are there, the same things that we see in the Revelation. So
hey, listen,
he really
Roxy,
wanted to understand
Roxy,
if this is true or not.
Right. I got some new information for you. So you read that G.K. Chesterton said that we have to find out whether this Catholic or Christian thing is a hoax or is it truth. Now, McLuhan always said that. I had to find out whether this was true or not, whether religion was valid or not. You're telling me that Chesterton said that, and that McLuhan was not stating his personal point of view? He was quoting Chesterton, just like he was quoting Ulysses when he talked about his daughter's pregnancy, his daughter's wedding. You remember that? Of course. You're telling me McLuhan's another simulation? And did you hear McLuhan today, Bert? Did you hear all of it? The whole interview with McLuhan?
Yes, I did.
Through ION?
Yes, I did.
McLuhan said, I do not expose any part of myself to anybody. No one knew McLuhan was saying. So even this whole mythology of how he was contemplating whether to be a Catholic, take it true or not, you're saying that Chesterton wrote those lines? Roxy, is that what you're quoting?
Yes.
We have to go back. We have to look at what's wrong with the world. You read the actual quote from Chesterton? Roxy,
yes,
are you saying that McLuhan's quoting Chesterton when he says, I want to get to the bottom of this, whether this is the truth or the hoax, and he was just quoting Chesterton? That shows you McLuhan was totally an actor from day one. And, he was such a genius.
No, I think one
when he was
thing
19.
had the same, I think he had the same
question.
Need to understand, because, he could make patterns and connections for he sees how the Europe create feudal system. Marx could not see that, or how the non-physical is affecting all aspects of the American society, not only the religious or spiritual. That Ion is explaining this mystery landscape since he came forth, and how to make sense of all this cocktail. It's like without being New Age, really trying to make
without being conceptual. Like New Age is conceptual, speculative.
Of this weird thing.
Roxy, New Age is conceptual. McLuhan said he never used concepts, he used percepts. He was looking at the environment and what the environment saw. He was detachedly, imaginatively watching what environment said. He wasn't just looking at the environments because the environments are looking back at him, and he knew that. He even said that.
This approach is the best because you are not going into
a system of ideologies or beliefs, or you are studying the technology, the medium, like the expansion of non-physical, like the radio,
and you're studying like the weather.
Like
look, Roxy, he called the media either hot or cold. It was all describing the weather. He'd walk outdoors, and when J.W. walked outdoors, he started being in parallel worlds. When McLuhan walked outdoors, but the outdoors, the nature he walked out to, happened when he turned on the television or when he got on the phone. So he was describing the climate, hot and cold. He was describing the weather, the sensory, studying his senses, which LaRouche disagrees with. This Aristotelian method of going by your senses is an erroneous way to develop knowledge. So the Platonic view is the opposite of what McLuhan's public self was. But McLuhan actually said he was Plato in the classroom. So in the chemical body, he was Plato. But in public, because it was a sensory overload environment, he had to be an Aristotelian. He wasn't a long-term Aristotelian, but he had to be Aristotelian when you're in the immediate information overload world of the 60s. That dictated him to be Aristotelian, but he was Platonic when he went back into the classroom. So this is what LaRouche doesn't get the figure ground. But the figure ground is only for appropriate analysis. LaRouche was dealing with the battle in power at the top of the temple bureaucracy and the top of the military bureaucracy, the assassinations going on, the dripping of blood everywhere for every new transaction of power. That's what LaRouche was analyzing. And McLuhan said to me through the Evergreens that he was a bit weak on understanding management. He said that he did not understand that management would respond to what was actually happening so slowly and get away with it. And they got away with it by just shooting people. So LaRouche comes in and explains the rapidity and turnover of management. McLuhan sticks with basically the bottom-up world, the world of the people. To go into management. Now that brings up that point where if you're going to run for president, you have to be initiated. McLuhan's way of saying that, no, Zappa's way of, McLuhan and Zappa both said this, that to become a candidate for president, you have to go through a Byzantine process of meeting the gatekeepers of, as McLuhan said, previous environments that the White House knew the pecking order of. There's your blood societies. Zappa said it's just Byzantine to work through the bureaucracy of getting to the position where he can be a president. So that's where the initiation is. There's a top-down secret initiation, and then there's the initiation of understanding all the environments that the White House has to manage, and how you have to acknowledge them when you run for office. You have to make promises to each environment. So in the end, you end up in the White House, and McLuhan says, if you're president and you have all these obligations, what are you going to do? Nothing. The White House is supposed to do nothing. And so when people get pissed off at the White House not changing this or that legislation or that social fact, they miss the point of the White House. The White House is not there to change the country. White House is there to represent a multi-dimensional, reality-environed world. Multi-environed world. That's the role of the White House.
Yes, and for example, when Ian said Louisiana was bought was financed by means brought from a parallel world.
Yeah.
It's like to understand really the whole picture, you have to have this approach of media and ecology that it's like an expanded way of studying this and considering all these aspects that were never understood only by an elite, that were in the knowing of how things really work and things, for example, the money to finance many things.
Right, because the elite, they had to take on the unforeseen effects of actually acquiring the Louisiana Purchase. As I was talking like McLuhan there, saying they had no idea what they were getting into. They just thought it'd be nice to own it. And then a whole bunch of problems came from it, unforeseen effects. So what we're talking about is exactly what Zappa, this is very relevant to what Zappa talked about and thought about. He discussed an inventory of environments and how they cause problems in American society. And he talked like a president wannabe, and he showed it in his music. So this complexity of tetrad management we're talking about is what Zappa was conducting, and not one rock critic, jazz critic, classical music critic knew this about Zappa. That's why we're the first real analysis of what Zappa was about, because we're bringing in the background knowledge of society that he at least intuited. Or maybe he was psychic and figured it out on that level. When you talk to Gail, when Gail gets to talk about Frank,
yes, I think
he sounds pretty psychic when Gail discusses what he could do. And unfortunately, unless she wrote some stuff that's going to be published, there was a lot more to be heard from Gail about Life with Frank than got out. So, yeah, you were going to say something, Roxy?
For some reason, I suppose it has to do with the expanded perception. Many say Zappa was synesthetic, you say?
A synesthetic, yes.
He had this, yeah. That, the artists like Wyndham Lewis see much more, and in many ways, that's why they're attacked, because
yes, they
may seem weird or freaks, and they're not understood. But for example, in the case of Lewis, he saw the amazing electric environment, well, the electricity becoming an environment in Germany. And he had this fascination for what he saw, this media, all the expansions of men that were going to be the effect of these new medias. And it was not about the ideology, and only McLuhan could understand that. And he understood Lewis. So it was about the medias. It was not that he liked Nazis, but he could be turned on by seeing how the electric technologies were becoming an environment. It was never about the content. And this is the thing that they're doing with ion. You are explaining ion as a technology, and you had to do this.
Not the
side
content.
Of the media and ecology, and Dr. Dean is doing the technology of the blood, the biology.
Yes.
Like you said, I thought the end of all this media and ecology was the blood, and I said the medium is the blood is the message, but you say no, the message and the medium is not human body because it's mutating, but it's your physicality expanded by the non-physical.
Yeah.
But you had to have these two explanations to get the whole holistic explanation of what is happening. And what Ion calls the innovation, which was the first attempt was to do it in America, but there was not a new blood, so it didn't work out. It was just
is not as important as the massage of ion itself. In other words, he can say all kinds of different things. And, of course, at first you're going to track what he says. It's natural to listen to the content, find out what he says, make opinions about what he says, whether you agree or not. But the warning is, do not make a conclusion about the content that ion utters, because ion's a massage that goes beyond what it says. So you got to stay with it so that you can ignore the content or not be looking for justification and validation in ion's content, to look at the formal dynamics of ion as an environment, to the point it's creating an alternative cloud. Yeah, so the medium is the message applies to the audience of iondom.
Yes, and this explains
Yes,
why Ian changes. He always says, "What I said is no longer applies."
Right.
Or that's old school.
Right.
Or all these ideas, because he doesn't want this to become like a cult or a religion. This is all becoming, and
right.
It's not about the content. He's just expanding the possibilities of what you can be, do, and have.
Well, so, hey, listen to this, Roxy.
But he doesn't want you to get limited by this idea.
He's miming cellular communication. Can you imagine the speed that cells communicate at, all the synapses and all the different parts of the autonomic system? Well, Ion, when anybody asks a question, that's a little cell or a little, nerve receptor or some part of the smallest parts of our body looks at Ion and communicates something to it, and Ion responds. And then another little part shows up, or an ionot, and Ion responds. So Ion is operating at the level of our cells and verbally is speaking cellularly to you and your many different aspects of your cellular life. So therefore, it's instant and fast and changeable because every cell is different as Ion sees it. So it's actually we're hearing cellular communication. We're hearing who made music like that? Is that what Stockhausen did? Did he make cellular music? I'm sure there's some composer who made little
that is more
microtonality.
Closer to Pauline Olivera's, her concept of quantum hearing. That
right.
You can go deep into listening at those levels.
The nano hearing. So isn't it interesting that? Yeah, go ahead, Bert.
No, it's just funny you say that because this last week I got to really re-listen to your last three private sessions, the 5th, the 10th, and the 11th, and it blew me away. I got to go back and re-listen. You have to go re-listen to them like maybe 5 times because it's so dense of summarizing what is taking place and what has taken place. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm glad you listened because I knew there's a lot told there about me, Carolyn, and JW, and what Eindham's doing. There's a lot revealed in those statements. And I've been waiting for someone to notice that, so you're the first, Bert, to point that out, that it's overwhelming what's being said. It's quite revealing.
Yeah, especially the 11th one, because I was on when you played it, and I only remember maybe 3 things that Ion said, but I got to re-listen to that twice, and I was totally blown away. I got to go re-listen to it again because it's really dense of what's going on and what has taken place and where we're headed.
Yeah, it's really revealing. It's interesting that Roxy went to Pauline Oliveros' seminar, workshop, and Pauline had a big influence on Frank Zappa 50 years ago. And here she is doing quantum hearing, and Roxy did not get to tell her about the new song in Ion, but Pauline doesn't know that she's approximating what the new song is doing, as I just described, this intercellular microtonal communication. And so that's why she had Roxy in the audience. You probably influenced her on the non-physical level, Roxy. There's probably some communication. She's probably having dreams about you.
It's also amazing that the gravitational waves are actually some tones that go from the lower frequencies of the scale until middle C. And this hearing of this frequency proves that there is no time, and this is like expansion of our hearing in the quantum and in the cosmic.
Right. Now, does Pauline talk about
we can hear the universe
around the idea? Yeah. Does she talk about quantum hearing around the idea that there's no time? Did she talk about no time?
No, she's still into the traditional physics.
Right. But she thinks the avant-garde quantum physics.
Time and space.
Did she say that? Did she say that?
What?
That she believes in time and space. Did she say that?
There was a noise. I didn't hear.
Beg your pardon?
Well, I read some of the things she says, and she usually has these explanations of traditional physics, quantum physics, and all this.
Right. So, ion goes after string theory, which comes
and
after quantum physics.
The traditional understanding of acoustics. In the traditional understanding of acoustics, you also have these explanations of time and space and how waveforms move in the time and in the space and the different effects of the surfaces in how sound behaves. Like, for example, if there is an echo or a reverb or whatever. But the acoustics uses this understanding that it's obsolete. They talk about time and space. Did you guys hear every quote that Ion answered or McLuhan answered? Did you hear all those McLuhan texts that McLuhan, most of it written, that Marshall was saying back to us? Did you catch the variety?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't remember, but the whole, but yes.
No,
there was.
I'm very impressed that you even know the pages were on the book.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, I not so much now, but for many decades, I'd always look at understanding media, once every 2 weeks. I'd think of something. Oh yeah, where do you say that? And then I made an inventory in the book. So by looking at it for 40 years, and because I triangulate by numbers, I measure things, Ian says, through numbers, it's natural that I would see a sentence that I would see many times and note the page number. It's totally practical or illustrative of the way my mind works that I can do that. It's not a mystery to me. Ian explained it once. I explained it. Yeah, it's just like you can play music, which I can't do. You can play instruments.
Yes, but this understanding of media ecology was necessary to understand, for example, the Ark of the Covenant, putting the power outside in all these expansions and all these technologies. And then how, for example, the princes would mummify their hearts, and the body of the prince or the king, for example, in France, were buried in the Cathedral of Saint Denis, and their hearts will go somewhere else, mummified.
Yeah, and Carol has a question about that.
This was the relief of some type of power in this special organ that they knew is separate from their body. It's contained, as I explained once. It's like independent. It's an independent organ, so they separate.
So this is Roxy. Zappa said there was a new fad every 18 months, and you have Moore's Law came in, a couple decades ago saying that there's a radical change in the information society, the chip body, every 18 months. So he and the famous, whatever he was, Moore, the scientist, whatever, they agree on the 18-month cycle. McLuhan knew there were cyclical fads. So at least every 18 months there'd be a new phenomenon. And I'd always be driven to go back and look at Understanding Media or one of his books, because there was often something in them that resonated with what was happening. So the reason I know McLuhan so well is I would consult it a lot, and actually the Secret Council 10 used that knowledge before McLuhan. That's why they had me investigate McLuhan. because they wondered how this person, got a hold of the idea that medium was the message. The intelligence agencies knew that since the 19th century. So we used to go around and look at new technologies and see what the effects would be. So McLuhan was the popular version of that, of what was actually done by intelligence agencies. What do you think? What's going on in Langley, Virginia? You got this huge building. You got all these people in there processing information. Are you thinking they're just sitting there waiting for some terrorist to blow something up? No, they're studying trends in all forms of knowledge. They're like an academic environment, like an Edison lab, studying new effects of new environments and trying to figure out scenarios for it. That's what the intelligence agencies are for. That's tetrad management. That's where the real government is, not in the White House. I mean, in all the TV shows that deal with the White House, these sitcom comedies kind of things, what does the president do in the morning? He gets briefed. He gets told what to do. Someone else has figured out what's happening. So that's why McLuhan's statement of the White House is the most precise. The presidential surrogate is an automated superlative nobody. That's the definition of the guy that the chemical body that occupies the White House. He's not the president. He's a presidential surrogate who is an automated superlative nobody. The superlative is you never said anything bad about Mexicans. You never said anything bad about Roxy's family. The political correctness, the spiritual correctness, that's all part of the superlativeness. But he also has to be a nobody because he has no clue of what's going on. He thinks his job is significant. He's going to walk around in it with his big ego, which is all canceled by the automation that he's under. And they show this in all the TV shows, the huge egos that these ridiculous presidents have, and the invisible environment of how they're programmed zombies, being in the bubble.
Wow. Hey,
so
Bob, what you just said, that's interesting because I remember one explanation you gave of McLuhan that he was a college student and they were asking him what he would do with president, and he said he wouldn't do anything, and then there was an outline of 4 different worlds, and the 4th world I remember was the electric world. So it was you said the president was managing so many worlds. How could you do anything? So was that statement that you just said the surrogate, was that before or after this?
The presidential surrogate.
The presidential surrogate. Did he say that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That comes out in Take Today, which is published in 72, but it's written in 69, 70, 71. So it's written. Mm-hmm. Now, the statement about doing nothing is about 1974, 75 in a classroom taping that Nelson Thal had done.
Okay. So
it's 4 years after the automated presidential surrogate statement. So now the 4 worlds, that's 1974. It's not in Take Today in 1972. So it's in a New York Times op-ed, September.
Okay.
And, I used to say, okay, here's a great new statement by McLuhan, September 74. Okay, what's next? Oh, Zappa's going to play in New York in October 74. So I go to New York to experience Zappa. It was all part of experiencing the meaning of 1974. The meaning of 1974 is what the Holy Offices would do. What would LaRouche do? What would May Brussel do? What would Skolnick do? What would McLuhan do? What would come out in the James George Quarterly about Finney's Wake? The summer of 74 is when Eric McLuhan's great masterful essay on the 10 Thunders is published in James George Quarterly in the summer of 74. And I remember talking to McLuhan about it, Marshall. He was very proud of it. And so that happened in the summer of 74. Then you have Marshall's incredible article, Media Approach to Inflation, which predicts the next 30 years. And then you have Zappa doing all kinds of things in New York in 1974 and on tour. So, all this is part of the frequency, the chord. Each year was a chord, right, made up of certain notes or whatever a chord is made up of. It'd be a chord, and you could look at it. So McLuhan said that the first world is the Western capitalist world. The world that got the printing press, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then the British Empire, and then the American Empire. Those sequences, that's the first world. And it has the privilege of calling itself the first world. The second world is a little older, a little more old-fashioned. That's Russian bureaucracy. So that's in Eastern Europe, and the whole area that's under the Soviet world, the Chinese bureaucracy, the African bureaucracies, South American, whatever communist countries were there, not too many, but that's the second world. The third world is the undeveloped world. That would be the Caribbean. That would be Africa. That would be the places that were more primitive than the second world of Soviet bureaucracy. So then the fourth world, when you talk to the New Agers, the fourth world is the Aboriginals, the Eskimos and that, in the fringes of the world. But that's not what McLuhan meant by the fourth world. The fourth world, he called it the Primum Mobile, Primum Mobile, the prime mobile, the prime mover. The Primum Mobile was the electric world that goes around the first world, the second world, and the third world, and causes tactile upset in all three. So that's what Henry Kissinger had to manage, those four worlds. He had to develop an image, a cellular communication from the White House in relation to all these different environments. That's all the White House does every day. They have to figure out what they're going to say to Somalia. What are they going to say to something that happened in Venezuela? You know what I mean? Constant cellular communication. And so Zappa was trying to show that in his music, how he conducted. Basically, the Grand Wazoo. He's always talking about this secret scientist who's running everything, or a threat to the establishment. So that could be the head of the National Security Agency, or some secret team that Mae Brussel used to expose and LaRouche exposed. All these secret teams, little cabals that would run around and disrupt everything all over the world. Zappa represented that. He said, we have a team here, and I'm going to show you how this guerrilla unit, and McLuhan wrote a lot about the new form of warfare was guerrilla warfare. He was going to show himself as a band of guerrillas, and he said, I broke up the mothers in August 1969 so the people could have time to absorb what we did. We are going to be the same fucking thing over the next few years. The people are going to say, how the hell did Bob and Connie take over the world? They're not going to, we'll say, well, we're going to go stealth for a while till you figure out how it happened as we rewrite history, which will give them the concepts to explain how I and them got locked down Bob Rule. Well, Zappa was saying that. He broke up he knew he was a classroom. And he said, this workshop is too powerful. We're going to have to retire for a while to allow the world to assess and figure out what we've been communicating. Picasso never got to say that. Did the Bauhaus get to say that? I don't think so. Any artistic groups never got to do what Zappa said. And, of course, it was all anticipating what we're going to do. What new crazy ideas did that inspire in your inflamed brain, your heat-oppressed brain, Roxy?
Yes, just like McLuhan explored the stirrup, he also saw that the amplified voice, the mic, completely transformed. Yeah. Like you said, the things the government could not be centralized anymore because the voice is everywhere. You are everywhere. You are with the telegraph, the telephone, the radio, the TV, the movies, and all the new medias. Because of the mic.
Here comes everybody. Now look at that. Joyce takes that main effect of electric media. Joyce takes that main effect of electric media, and he just has to make a phrase summing it up. Here comes everybody. Because everybody goes into the place where the microphone is. When Winston Churchill would make those broadcasts, war broadcasts, or FDR would do the fireside chats, everybody in the world who had radio would be in the White House and listening to the fire with FDR. And FDR was in everybody's home. So how could you sum that up? You'd say, this one guy, Humphrey Chimpton Earwicker, his initials means here comes everybody. Everybody was in his room. Remember, Phineas Wake supposedly is a guy sleeping at night, sort of like Bloom. He walked around during the day, and then he falls asleep at the end of the book, Ulysses. Well, then it goes into the dream life of Leopold Bloom. And the whole world is in the room. And all the way through the book, you have the four evangelists are monitoring everything and commenting on everything that's going on. That could be the four disciplines, Freudianism, communism, Marxism, positivism, any ologies that are in the knowledge framework in the 20s and 30s. It can be 4 intelligence agencies. It represents all kinds of monitoring from different memes. The 4 evangelists that are on the 4 posters of the bed of Humphrey Chipton Earwicker. He called them,
McLuhan said this amplified voice, the microphone. McLuhan said the microphone killed the traditional mass because there cannot be a priest talking to the congregation. Everybody has to take turns, and the electric environment demands audience participation. And
right.
That's why I think Zappa went into rock and roll and not into contemporary composition, like a concert environment.
He went into the present.
He went into
the present.
He was no longer like the rhapsodes that will talk to the audience. Right. The audience is like in the Pasola. Everybody takes turns to entertain and to communicate. And
to be and the
this is what you demand also.
I demand that. I demand participation. This band has no players unless someone starts playing. And Bob doesn't play anything. Bob shows up with his concert, shows up there, walks out with no band, and he starts demanding the audience and starts singing, at least a cappella, to create the music that Bob wants to work with. And Chuck Berry did the same thing. He would have no baggage. He may not even had a guitar. He'd come into a town, tell people he's in town, then the local musicians would audition. He'd pick the musicians, and then someone would give him a guitar, or maybe he took a guitar. I can't remember. He might have carried his own guitar. Maybelline, that guitar. But he would make a band out of the local musicians wherever he traveled. So he didn't have to carry any. He didn't have to ship equipment from town to town.
I never knew that.
Did you ever hear that, Bert? You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
That's your culture, Bert. You got to look that up. You got to let the white boy tell you what your culture's doing. You're going to check that out. You can't go out and tell the brothers what I just said until you verify, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll look at it, but I don't care about that brother shit or whatever. That's pretty cool, though.
Well, you're too gone.
That's pretty cool.
You were killed a long time ago. That is pretty neat that he would audition on the road. Wow. But that's what I do. I show up with nothing. I haven't even prepared other than I enjoyed myself the night before listening to music. Oh, this is a good song. Oh, let's play this one. And then Kim sends me music. And then Roxy sends me music. I get all this stuff. I just want to note, if little Sarah's listening, Sarah, have you noticed, Sarah, that of all the music you sent me, I only maybe picked one? There's something about what you send, Sarah, I do not like. I would like to play some of your stuff, but none of it makes the grade for some reason. She sent me 4 or 5 songs a few days ago. I checked them all out. Nope, doesn't make it. Don't ask me what my standards are, but for some reason Sarah can't get her contributions on there. Hope she feels very depressed about that. Hope she's motivated to go in deep into herself and figure out why does he screw up in her part of participating. Where are we at?
Did you guys get knocked out? It's not about content, but the effect, the massage.
Yes, the effect.
Like Ian said, it's not the massage or the.
But remember,
the massage.
It gets a little more flexible than that, Roxy. On page 111 of Take Today, it says man is both figure and ground. So the content flips with form. McLuhan says the electric age merges form and content. There's no difference. So then you, the perceiver, make one thing form and one thing content. So they flip back and forth, like when you look at a Trump Leo or one of those shapes where it looks like a dog or a glass or then an old woman's face. The flipping back and forth is what's happening. So you get rigid about, McLuhan discovered the language of form and content's not important. As you get more used to that, you will then start to modulate like Frank does his band, and flip back and forth and not be rigid about what's form and what's content. That's what happened in the late 60s. Man became both figure and ground. There was no distinction anymore. And no McLuhanites know that.
Yes, and I think the problem with all the McLuhanites and all the people trying to explain the situation, all the last metanoias of politics, economy, and religion, it's because they all get lost in content and in the visuals.
They don't know the laws of form.
The Fulcanellis, they are hypnotized by all these big temples, the cathedrals, the Temple of Man, all these things which are just content. They're not really.
They're not the environment of communication.
The ground.
They're not the environment. The temple was an environment way back there at the time Solomon's temple, but later temples are not environments. So let's not just say McLuhanites. Let's say Watsonites and Zappaites. Let's knock Ben Watsonites, no Watsonite, no Zappaite, ever understood what we're talking about.
Yes, and even the elites, for example, they knew there was this knowledge in the Bible, and they thought it's about the wine. And they went to LaRouche, and they were doing things with the wine, and like I mentioned, it's now popular.
But wait a minute. That was inspired. Hey, Roxy, that was inspired by a new environment. That label on the Chateau Beauregard, that had some substance from another world. They all were molded by the experience of that wine, that special wine. And they were all trying to, preserve it. Maybe they did preserve it and grow it. But that was an effect. These castles were an effect. No. Wine culture was an effect of this weird communication from another world. It wasn't
and it was the wine label. And you said it was the wine label.
Yeah, the wine label. Yeah, the label somehow communicated something. Did you hear? I don't know. I'm listening to so much Ion every week. I listen to my own new stuff and then other stuff. Ion was saying, I missed the end of February 6th. I missed the last bit of Tailgate, so I was listening to it yesterday, catching up to it. I think I had gone to the shower or something. But Ion talked about making love to an angel. The substance, he says, in the touch between you and the angel during the sexual act, it rubs off on you. The substance of the angel. Did you remember that part?
Yes.
You do. Yeah.
And
the substance of the, let's assume the angel. Yeah, it changes you. The substance on the angel's hands, if that's how they do sex, I don't know if they rub you or something, but the caress you, that subtlety of that residue, there might have been some residue on the label that went into whoever held the label and it affected them. But it has to go into the growth. I assume the label had to affect the growing of grape plants. You know what I mean? So it wouldn't just be through someone. Wow, good is it? It's because they touched it, be on their fingers. So then they go and they put some seeds in the ground, and that affects the seeds. It'd be interesting to figure out how that was transmitted to become an environment.
Yes, what I wanted to say is, like, for example, Schroeder, the Lubitz, he goes 15 years to study the Temple of Man, and one can get lost into these contents that because the non-physical and the woo-woo, the mystery landscape, had been shaping all aspects of society, and until now they could not be completely explained as technology. They were explained as with also false premises like the spirit and the religion words. And even McLuhan didn't have the right words to complete what he was trying to achieve. With the medium and the light, for example.
Right.
He saw...
Should have been salt and
there is the thing...
The thingness, thing fish.
And,
interesting how Zappa puts together.
Yes,
it's like Zappa is a McLuhanite who has access to the proper media that all the other McLuhanites didn't have access to. So he actually has watered down McLuhan ideas are sprinkled through his work like thing fish. That's combining the message of the fish fresh out of the water, that McLuhan statement, plus the thingness. Yeah, it's interesting how he has both happening. Now, Bert, yeah, you're open. Are you there? You can speak,
yes.
Right, Bert? I'm just looking at the template here.
Yes.
Okay, so what's next? What do we play? Let's go over and look on the idea. Let's see. They've got lots of people typing things over here. Let's see. Gene is typing a lot. He says, the kids are still waving red flags. Then a cop would hit them, and they'd say, hey, he hit me. Then she's laughing. So she's quoting that Zappa story that made me laugh. I couldn't even stop myself. Then Gene says, the last point we were looking at is apathy in the world of Zappa. Apathy in the world of, yes, Zappa talking about, well, is Gene saying there's apathetic about Frank? I didn't mean that. I meant that the apathy in the interest in the election process. So then Gene says, McLuhan's. People are a consumer amoeba. No, that was Zappa, Gene, not McLuhan. Then she gives the definition of amoeba. A single-celled animal that catches food and moves about by extending finger-like projections of protoplasm. That's tactility. Amoebas are either free-living in damp environments or parasitic. That's pretty good. You can actually apply that to the discarnate superangel state. We live in damp environments, parasitic environments, what McLuhan called the warfare welfare state. And we go around with our tactile fingers, our antennae, trying to capture stuff to consume. Then Gene says, Jesse Ventura refused to live in the governor's mansion during his tenure. Gene yells out, producer Hornets. And Robert says, Opus, life is life. Opus, life is life. Small L and then a capital L. Then there's people asking me to play something, but we haven't got time to play things. Share quote, Gene earlier says, sounds just fine here. Achieve is down, Bill. Trina says, I listened to all of the Baba Ramdas information on cassette, 2002 to 2005. Couldn't have been too dead in social media. What does that mean? Could not have been too dead in social media. Well, she's trying to say that the cassette is very non-social media. Very, very bad statement there, Trina. You should look at what you type. Does she really care what we see? Is she just registering the fact that she's paying attention and communicating? It doesn't matter what she types? Is that my mistake? I'm trying to figure out what they're saying when she's just typing to be part of the phatic interplay. Nothing more concerned about whether I'm speaking too loud or not. She says, that guy, Colin, that's a cool introduction to the RNA drops. I can now eat what I want on the drops. It says, JL says, there's a lag tonight, or Bob is a half beat ahead. I don't know about that. Okay. What's the next thought? Am I going to bring out the archives, or do you have something else you want to mention, Roxy, about this phenomenon? Like, is there a song by Zappa about blood? Well, offhand, I can't think of one. Zappa, blood. Blood on the Canvas. Oh, look at this. Blood on the Canvas. Wow. Look at this. Frank Zappa. You ever heard of Eric Bogosian? Maybe Roxy has, but you might have heard of him. Bert, Eric Bogosian. Know who he is?
No.
Do you remember the movie about the talk show host in Denver who got killed by the Minutemen? Late 70s. Like, look it up. Eric Bogosian was the actor who played him. Says, Eric Bogosian is an American actor, playwright, performance artist, and novelist. He's worked in television and film with directors such as Robert Altman, Paul Schrader, and Woody Allen. Blood on the Canvas in 1986 was commissioned by the Los Angeles Museum of Contemporary Art. It featured interviews and synclavier music by Zappa. Recordings were to be made available on cassette from the museum's bookstore. No copies are known to have been released. And it says, wake up and listen to Eric Bogosian, November 3rd, 2004, a DVD talk. Someone interviews him. He says, quote, I was fortunate to know Frank Zappa before he passed away, and he was the kind of guy who would sort of do this artsy stuff, but he'd have this great sense of humor behind it also. You hear that? So Eric dimly perceives Zappa to do this sort of artsy stuff, like what? Something detached, some lack of embedment, some imaginative stuff, but he have a great sense of humor. Did something very serious and artsy, but didn't take it seriously. Then Eric says, it was great working with him. It was strange, like I had never met my real parents or something. And then one day I'm sitting with this person and going, oh, he's got eyes like me. He's got hair like me. I'm related to this guy, unquote. It was like that psychically, I'd forgotten that before there was Richard Pryor, before there was Richard Foreman or Richard anybody, Frank Zappa had shaped my nascent teenage mind with a certain brand of cynicism and a certain sense of humor. Basically, in the 60s, it was Mad Magazine and Frank Zappa that told me the way I was going to think about the world. So he didn't recognize that till he met Frank. That's pretty neat, eh? Now, look at this. They're doing Blood on the Canvas, and Eric Bogosian, through the environment of Zappa, thinks that Zappa is a blood parent. Now, how's that? There's the meta there. If Eric Bogosian is interpreting Frank as his blood father, or reminding him of his father, or like having a father that you didn't know was your father, then you notice that this Zappa guy has all the same kind of humor as you have. Then you recognize that he was there before you, so you must have got the humor from him. Okay, so what's this blood on the... Are you following this, Roxy? Is this breakthrough about blood? The one thing that didn't get done? Oh, where's Roxy? Did she get knocked off? No, you should be there. Why aren't you speaking? Mute. Demute yourself. You must have gone to the kitchen. Because there's vibrations coming out of the microphone, but no voices. What do you think, Bert?
This is recently. This blood on the canvas. This blood on the canvas is some recent. 1986.
No, 1986.
Yeah, I see something. Okay.
But where is Roxy?
I'm Googling it.
You can't go into this without her.
Yeah.
Right. It's on Wikipedia. It's in a Zappa archive. Zappa Wikijiwaka. What's your problem? But actually, wait a minute. Oh, there it is. I misheard it. Sorry. Now you're right? Sorry. You know what I was looking at? I was looking at myself.
You could play the ads Zappa did for voting. Maybe you could play the ads Zappa did for voting, and they say they put these stickers in all the albums so that people will register and vote, because they really thought that's how you program the environment. But as you are showing, your media and ecology really proposes rethinking and reshaping of all aspects of of what we think we know. And
right.
Even of language, of the words.
I want to go over this blood on the canvas. So here's Zappa. He didn't just write a song about blood. He had a whole art project, and it's the one, well, maybe there are many, but it's one of the major projects that didn't happen. So here's what it says it is. Blood on the Canvas featured interviews and synclavier music by Zappa and was supposed to be available on cassette from the museum's bookstore. No copies are known to have been released. What? Oh, that reminds me. You know this 26-minute Zappa educational political thing we played? Didn't we play that many shows ago? We may have played it. I remember playing it. Yeah, we did play it a long time ago. So hope they didn't mind it being repeated. It sounds like cassettes. 2, a July 11th, 1986 interview with Bogosian and Zappa. So the both of them were interviewed, conducted by Greg Fitzgerald on WGBH in Boston. So it says the entire program had a warning about its language, content, and discretion was advised. Barry Nevitz in the mid-'80s wrote about the retrieval of 1984, the novel 1984. In the mid-'80s, at the peak of the Reagan period, before Reagan's image started to collapse after Contragate in 86, 87, but right there in 84, 85, the mean neoconservative, don't fuck with the political imagery, don't swear, all that kind of communicative correctness was prominent. And so right there for a couple of years, there was a mood that Big Brother had taken over America. So here's Zappa. He has to put a label on saying, hey, don't worry, this language could upset you. They had to be very, I don't think they do that. Maybe they do. Do they do that today in teen stores, if there are stores? How do they warn parents about the content of some hip-hop album? You don't know, do you, Bert?
I think I remember earlier they would put mature, something like something on the front of the T, mature or language or something, some type of label on the CDs.
Right. Do they still? Are there still record stores? A lot of the big ones went bankrupt. So where is the censorship or that kind of control in the MP3 world?
That's a good question. Probably isn't any, because it's so easy access now.
Okay, so here's what it says.
Maybe you could also add, because you said you dissolved the Council of 10 because the programming of the environment had so many parameters that it was so complex that it could not be done.
We let the Android.
As it used
we let
to be
the Android
done,
meme do it.
With the government.
We let the Android meme do it. We let the Android meme do it.
And now the complexity of the programming that we are going to do for the new environment is required ION and the cloud. And maybe you can explain that also.
Okay. So this thing says, from the musical side, there's at least Massaggio galore. Look at that, Massaggio galore. What is that? I don't know that Zappa piece. Players on this song, Zappa on the synclavier. Records on which this song has appeared. Jazz from Hell. Quotes the line, hi-ho several ways. So, not sure what Massaggio Italian means, but we definitely could consider all the multimedia environment.
Yeah, it's the massage.
Many massages. Yeah. Massaggio galore.
The medium is the Massaggio galore.
Good one. I suspect you'll say that again. You'll remember that one. And then the other one was Reagan at Bitburg. That was when everybody thought, oh, my God, May 1985, Reagan's visiting and acknowledging the Nazis. And he could do it because Big Brother had come back in 1985. It's been retrieved. So then it says, Money Magazine, September 86, an article, From Rock and Roll to Buy and Hold by Patricia Dreyfus. It says, iconoclastic rocker Frank Zappa became notorious in 1967 when he was photographed sitting on the John. Today, Zappa still revels in outraging the bourgeoisie. His latest effort, in collaboration with monologuist Eric Bogosian, is a satire on showbiz entitled Blood on the Canvas. It can be described as a musical comedy about on-stage castration and death. Quote, Zappa says, it's probably the most blasphemous thing, there's that word thing, it's probably the most blasphemous thing anyone has ever heard. Zappa gloats with a devilish gleam in his black-brown eyes. Then it says, film director Rick Linklater, interviewing Eric Bogosian, so there's this question. So Rick is asking Eric, in 1986 you worked with another hero of mine on a radio piece, Blood on the Canvas. How was it working with Frank Zappa? Eric says, it was great working with him. It was strange. And then he goes into how it was like meeting his parents. Then he says, so we heard all that. It was basically in the 60s, it was Mad Magazine and Frank Zappa that told me the way I was going to think about the world. Then Mr. Linklater says, there was a certain Dadaist, like the Dada movement, there was a certain Dadaist kind of notion, just music, performance, and poking fun at everything. Eric says, I suddenly said, quote, wow, I'm at the source, you know. So when he met Zappa, he realized he'd come to the source, like an ionic experience. Then he says, at the time, Zappa was very involved with the dead Kennedys because they had gotten censored. That's Jello Biafra, I think, and Jello Biafra went on about censorship. So Zappa was very involved with the dead Kennedys thing because they had gotten censored. So Zappa wanted to make a tape that basically had to be censored. In fact, no one ever played it on the radio. It was censored in every radio station except for Boston. We had a deal with the Museum of Modern Art in Los Angeles that they could only make 10,000 copies. So these 10,000 copies were made, and that was it. It was very extreme. It has these little bits of music in it and these funny characters that talk about all these innuendo sexual experience. I wonder if that's stuff that was going to be on Civilization Phase 3. Now, Bob Stone, who was a Zappa engineer, I met him a couple times at Zappa's house. Bob Stone said it was never released because, quote, the version I heard involved a dispute over royalty participation, with Eric wanting more than Frank was willing to concede for his participation. Then the writer says, anyway, Zappa went sour on the project somewhere along the line and prevented it from getting much of any distribution. In the Zappa fan magazine called Society Pages in 1988, Zappa tells that it will not be coming out. Then there's a statement, a press release, it seems, from Eric Bogosian. You want the real deal? Here it is. Frank and I made the tape in 1986 in his studio in the Hollywood Hills. After the tape was finished, Frank wanted to control the copyright. Since his death, Frank's estate has continued to want control of the copyright. I have been advised not to relinquish this, which makes sense since I wrote and performed, excepting the music, the whole thing. Frank edited and produced my stuff. So there it stands. Neither side will give in. I think it's a drag. I've offered to share the copyright, and they're not interested. I love the piece, and I would love people to hear it, especially Zappa fans, since I have been a Zappa fan since the mid-'60s. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to explain it. Yours truly, Eric Bogosian. So that's why I never knew about it. It never got to happen. So Blood on the Canvas, and it's about, castration and death. But what do you think? What kind of blood is that?
I was telling you.
There is no blood.
I was telling you there was this, the pigments for brown and red were made by many painters with mummified hearts, and the brown was called mumia. And the heart of the King Louis XIV, Louis XIV, was bought by Alexandre Pau de Saint Martin, and he painted a painting that is in the museum, and they say that was made with the heart of the Sun King. So the blood in the canvas is like this type of paintings that really exist. It's called The View of Cain.
Good point.
And it's in the Museum Pontoise, and it says it has the sunken DNA.
That's
these
awesome.
Weird
That's
things
quite a
that
connection.
are done by.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good, Bert. Blood on the canvas was what they were doing, 500 years ago or more. What do you think of that, Bert? Did Bert get amputated? Let's see. No, you should be there, Bert. You're there. Unmute yourself. Oh, he's gone. Interesting. Maybe he left before it registers on the template here, because it just disappeared now, but probably that's a minute or so behind. So we expect Bert to be calling back in any second, and we can move on to the next part of the program. But I found another blood item. Is this actually working, Roxy?
Yeah.
Where is Bert? We got to wait till he comes back before we say anything. Did I play a Zappa piece? No, because he's going to show up any second, I'm sure. Bert? Well, it looks like we're going to have to play some music. What do you think, Roxy? Anything you want to... Oh, we could play those commercials.
Or the Zappa
commercials.
Vote for Bob ads.
Yes. Okay, here's one. Frank Zappa on politics. So, there's Bert. I knew he'd make it time. Is that you, Bert?
Yeah.
An anonymous just came in.
Maybe he's just talking about some ideas of, I think, about theocracy, but it's very short, that one. The others are the ads.
Okay, Bert. You're back, Bert.
Yes.
You're speaking. Okay. Here's what the other thing, this is pretty interesting. Here's the other thing we found on the blood scenario. In 1963, Zappa recorded something called Planet of Blood. And it says, tapped Frank and Del Katcher for the orchestration and additional instrumentation on the song Space Boy. Produced by George Edwards, Queen of Blood was about an expedition to Venus and Mars in the year 1990. And it starred Basil Rathbone, Dennis Hopper, John Saxon, and Judy Meredith. Space Boy was written by Florence Marley, playing the title character, and utilized her vocals. And Ackerman and Cole provided sound effects. It was not used in the film, as Leonard Moran supplied the entire soundtrack. So Zappa had something to do with the movie Queen of Blood, but it wasn't used. So that's real hidden ground stuff there. This is Zappa, the information that was not. The song that was not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's about the blood.
That's the only other thing. Yes, that's the only thing that comes up. A song called Space Boy. And the movie is Queen of Blood and Planet of Blood. Space Boy. Acetate, I guess, tape. Okay, so now, Bert, we're going to play some short sound bites. Let's see if I got all the sound up.
Is it sound bites from Frank?
Yes. Where is... Oh, I remember I clicked sound out. Okay, just a second. I've got to go to where it is. Oh, man, that was really good. Let's just stop this. Are you guys able to talk? Did I mute? I didn't mute you. That's pretty neat.
No.
He says, if I didn't know shit from Shinola, could I do any worse? No. Again, he's pretending. He does art that shows that the president is an automated presidential surrogate. He even has a video on "You Are What You Is" showing Reagan as a robotoid, and that's in 1981 when Reagan just came in. But he's saying there that he could remain potent because he stays awake and would work longer hours. Now that's Bob. Bob would say that. Stay awake and work longer hours, more than Reagan. So what do you think of that? Ionic resonance right there in that statement.
Yes. He's
Roxy,
definitely hardworking. I mean, I saw an interview.
Yeah, you saw an interview. Yeah.
Did you call me?
Saw where he was a host on a television show.
Yes.
FNN.
Yes. He did some
Have you ever seen that?
Around the world about. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yes.
Yeah. And you're saying he worked hard on that?
Well, it's just not just work hard. It was just that, to see him as a musician, but then he was hosting he did a lot of things before he passed form.
Yeah.
It was pretty interesting to see
Roxy,
him, a clean-cut haircut and hot.
Right. Roxy, do you have any thoughts so far?
I'm eating. I agree.
Okay. Well, we'll let you. You agree that Zappa could be president, even though he didn't know shit from Shinola. But you see, the president, Bruce Powell wrote about how. Let me say this point. Another part of
I like his idea that. Yeah, he wanted to limit the government to defense and things that really just could be done by the government, but he wanted to take government out of industry and corporations because they even,
right, but
for example, the Army even finances movies and they're shaping the environment in many ways that Zappa thought was not right.
Right. Now, McLuhan said one of the major effects of electronic society is that the average pagan citizen would support state dominance. They identify with the government and with almost totalitarianism. He said that was so. There's a major effect of the global theater that Zappa, as a one human being, couldn't stop. If humans in general, because they're discarnate, they're chemical bodies everywhere, they want a sense of order, so they impose it on the government structure and make government become the be-all, end-all. So that was an effect that McLuhan saw on the bottom-up level. Zappa's operating for the top-down idea, that he could go in and influence the world if he had the microphone. And since he's still out on Who Are the Brain Police, we'll have to remain out too on whether that could be done.
The president is really just entertainment figure. Is no longer relevant, and there cannot be any more any nations and any governments as we think they exist.
Right.
So that's why you're taking over, because it's going to be a new situation.
It has to be a new kind of environment. So so Zappa said he did well in high school only in the civics course. So he's always interested in American government. So because he was interested in it, does that mean he was naive about it? Did he actually sincerely believe that the president was an important position? And McLuhan, no. Ian said many of the elites believe, just put a dog in there. Just have a dog be the president. Wander around. It's the same figurehead role.
So it's hard to tell Reagan or Trump.
Yeah. Right. So it's hard to tell whether Zappa was naive in that point or not. He could have been satirical. He knew it would be another part of his art project. He had to be a global programmer, so attempt to become the president. That's part of what the artist has to do. You have to become a global programmer, what McLuhan called becoming Egyptian. So at least Zappa probably knew what he was doing, and he had to include that function in his tetrad management of his own image. So what was the next point? Let's go to the next.
Well, once you mentioned from the beginning, he had that agenda.
Yes, he did. He wanted to become president.
And he was aware that politics were just like an entertainment type of...
Yeah. Oh, that's what he said. He says, yeah, people who have talent don't take the job because who'd want to do it? But Zappa said, well, I've got talent, and I'm an entertainer, so I'm the perfect candidate. Okay, so I'm going to now play the next video, which features Gail.
When you get to do a PSA, I've always wanted to do one, you're supposed to be able to do this, speak clearly and importantly into the camera, and this signifies sincerity. My name is Gail Zappa, and Frank Zappa said these two things. One, democracy doesn't work unless you participate. And two, and perhaps even more importantly for all you women out there, keep the government out of your underpants. There's 22 million women unregistered to vote. You have to vote. So get yourself registered. All you Libras out there, you still have time.
Libras. So remember I was telling you that voting is participation? And Zappa says...
When you get to do a PSA, I've always wanted... My name is Gail Zappa. Democracy doesn't work unless you participate. And two...
I would say that you don't have to have millions participate to have the fact of democracy. As long as there looks like millions are participating, that's all you need, because it's a participatory phenomenon. So she says, democracy doesn't work unless you participate. Well, democracy is participation, a simulation, a porno version of participation, or a porno version of democracy. But I would have to quibble over the word participate there. How about you guys? Do you have any corrections or ad-libs to that? No?
No.
Are you finding this part boring? Are you with me on this?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just eating. That's why I don't say anything.
Okay. All right, so we did that one. Yeah, register to vote. Okay, here's the next one.
If you're 18 years old and you have not registered to vote, go do it. You need to pay attention to what these people in office are doing to your future. Register to vote now.
Okay, there's that one.
Yeah,
Ion LA presents The Legends of Laurel Canyon.
What'd you say, Roxy?
Look what Bob is doing to your future. Go vote.
Yeah, thank you. Yep. Okay, it says The Legends of Laurel Canyon.
October 13th at 8:30 p.m. on ABC7.
What do you do for money? I have a rock and roll band.
You know, when Frank Zappa first came out, everybody thought he was a clown. Everybody thought he was sort of the court jester of rock and roll. He was actually the guy that every single musician looked up to and said, this guy is an absolute genius.
In addition to being an incredible musician and one of the great composers of our time, there was one more thing that was very important to Frank Zappa.
He loved America as the sort of bastion, the last bastion of the potential for the greatest democracy that could possibly exist. I think it's important that people do understand that it is important to vote. Frank is the first person to register people in concert halls. And I put that on every record. So every record that you pick up now says, vote, register to vote. But as a citizen, and this is something that Frank would say too, you have rights as a citizen, and it's important that you know what they are. But you have responsibilities as a citizen, and it's even more important that you know what those are, and that you participate if you want a democracy. Don't let those guys get away with it. Vote them out of office if they're interfering with your right to be a free person.
Register to vote and watch The Legends of Laurel Canyon Saturday, October 13th, 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. on ABC7 Los Angeles.
Okay.
Having recently. People who are artistic have always been a threatening force to people who are dictators. And even though we call this country a democracy, it's turning out to be more and more a candy-coated dictatorship. And so it seems fairly logical that the people who would like to convert this country into a candy-coated dictatorship would do everything they could to make it impossible for people who communicate through the arts to say anything that might resemble a message like the emperor isn't wearing any clothes. That's the thing that they're most afraid of. Anybody who will say anything that equates to the emperor's not wearing any clothes, for some reason that scares the piss out of them. And so they do everything they can to stamp it out. And we've seen a growing trend toward this since 1985 with the emergence of the PMRC to try and put a clamp on what is said in rock records. And now, lo and behold, the Motion Picture Association of America has finally woken up briefly to smell the coffee. They've just realized that in 46 of our states, there are over 300 different pieces of legislation designed to create regional or local censorship boards to control motion pictures. Suddenly, they realize that they go, ow, now. Because if all of these pieces of legislation succeed, they will no longer be able to release the blockbuster hit. They can't do a mass release with 2,500 prints all over the United States and make $50 million in a weekend, because if one little jerk in one little community can keep that film from going into the theaters in that area, they're going to lose billions of dollars. And it is finally, it had to come to that before Jack Valente would make a statement that, oh, there's something wrong. I mean, they didn't come out and make any statement that would help the recording artists when the struggle began with the rock musicians. But now they're feeling the pinch, and I wonder what's going to happen with them.
In a democracy, are there any controls that are valid over artists?
No. Why? Why does an artist need to be controlled in a democracy? In a democracy, everybody gets to say what's on their mind. Now, the problem with a democracy is, and I've been having just nightmares about democracy recently, because within the last few years, I've become more and more interested in getting people to vote and register and do all this stuff. And I've been active in that. And I'm going, yeah, let's get democracy going. And I'm going, wait a minute. We've got a big problem. Because you can't really have a democracy. If one man's vote equals another man's vote, then one man's education has to equal another man's education, so that people have not only the basic machinery to assimilate the data from which they will draw their conclusion and cast their vote. I mean, you have to have that as a basis for a democracy. And when you have a society where too many people can't read or write, how can you say, you know, we all have an equal voice in the government? And when certain candidates don't have access to the information dispensing machinery without paying millions upon millions of dollars, that limits the dialogue quite a bit for anyone who doesn't agree with the sitting administration or especially with the Republican Party. And not to single them out as the biggest evil that ever befell the United States, but recently they've come pretty close, simply because in the communist system, if you are a party member, even though they talk about we're all equal, we're brothers, and it's all supposed to be evened out, it's not. Party members have perks, they have special treatment, and they get it right. If you are a member of the Republican Party in the United States, the treatment resembles very much what happens in the Soviet Union if you are a Communist Party member. Certain things will not happen to you. Certain things can be done for you. In fact, if you can imagine this, I received in the mail, even though I am a registered Democrat right now, that may not last long, I'm going to shred that, I got this blue card. I was even going to bring it today, this blue plastic card that says I am a member of the Republican Party. Blue plastic, like a credit card, gold embossed, eagle, the whole business, a serial number. It was just like, a Communist Party thing. So what would a guy do with a thing like this? Show it to a policeman in case he was going to get a ticket? What do you do with this? It's an influence peddling kind of a scheme. I recall throughout the 80s receiving fundraising mail from the Republican Party that was basically an invitation to participate in insider trading, and it went like this. How would you like to join the California Golden Circle? You pay $2,500 to get in, $1,500 a year in dues. Now here's what you get. Advance notice of upcoming legislation, invitations to dinners and social events. Can't quote it exactly, but I'm getting pretty close to the letter. That will be attended by the people from California who do the business, who really make the deals. So in other words, if you pay, you're going to be invited to these dinners where you get to sit next to these people who make the big deals, and it's like, inviting me to join that club, it's baffling. Then I get another letter. That one was signed by Claire W. Bergner. And I got another letter inviting me for $2,500. I could go on this junket to Washington, D.C., where I get to attend a series of luncheons and dinners with D.C. political luminaries, and they give you a list, and you are supposed to check off on the list who you want to be seated next to at these luncheons. And then there's another box you had to check off that said, it's always possible that the president himself will come to one of these, so we need you to give us permission to run a security check on you and just authorize here. There's something weird about doing politics, mail-order politics that way, and inviting people to get the edge on a business competitor by joining a certain political party, paying money. And to carry this to the most ridiculous extreme, at the point where George Bush takes office, I remember being on a plane in Europe and picking up the International Herald Tribune and seeing a front-page article about the distress of career diplomats at being stepped over by all of these political appointees that Bush had put in as the main, consuls and whatever all over the world. But basically these were people who couldn't speak the local language, had no knowledge of diplomacy, but had given $300,000 or more to the campaign. And throughout the last decade, you see examples, where influence peddling, a dollar equals, so many points towards your career as a diplomat. What do you do with that? How can you have confidence in government anymore? And then you look at the media, and they just look the other way.
Yes. Basically, the question or the trigger is simply this: to most of us, the surprise of our lifetime. None of us expected to see the wall come down and communism fade. Your feelings.
I expected the wall to come down. I knew it was going to come down. I'd even given concrete proposals on how to bring it down with class, and had spoken to various people in, different places that led me to believe it was going to come down. I knew it was coming down, and I watched it on television. I was delighted.
Why do you think communism fell apart?
Because let's look at our two countries. We both made the same mistake. We spent our national fortune on weapons. The Russians were smarter because they realized, wow, listen, did we need to do that? Right now, you could go to the Soviet Union and make a deal to have a converted military factory to build consumer goods. They want to make that deal. The best labor in the Soviet Union is available to do that. They have hundreds of these plants that they're willing to convert. None in the U.S. So that's why I say they might be a little bit smarter.
Okay, hold it. Okay.
Okay, that was interesting. It reminded me an earlier dialogue. Zappa says he warns the society that if they don't pay attention to the kids or acknowledge the kids, they can become a real problem. I have Zappa in the McLuhan quadrant on my tiny note chart, and the Shakespearean parallel is King Lear. So there's Zappa talking like an old man about the kids. Doing a King Lear there. So that was a good quote. And what do you think? What was like,
like you.
Yes.
Well, I think it's very interesting because we see type of privileges that are the new court, how the new princes do foreign relationships before they will get married. And now it's you just pay an amount and get to eat with the right person and do business.
Is that blood money? Is that blood money? Blood money.
No.
You just pay blood money.
But there is also this idea that the whole of America became like the prince, because when you put in your bills, in God we trust, this is like the justification of being the police in the world and saying who's right, who's bad, and invading countries like God is on your side, and he's saying America is the one that has the right to rule. Instead of one house or one prince, is this part of the empire, because LaRouche said it's just a front of the British Empire, but they're not working now with a house, but with the country as a corporation.
So you're saying America, first two letters, AM, Android meme. So you're saying today the prince is not a human being. The prince is an environment. You'll see it in my early charts, the bottom-up chart. America is the ideal country, ideal image. So it is the prince. It is the model of what's coming. So is that what you're saying? That America is the environment, is the prince today?
Yes, because
is that what you're saying?
How does America justify the invasions and the wars? It's like God is on your side, and you are the ones that have the say of.
We are the divine country.
Punishing or
the divine country.
Yes. So this is the idea of the divine right to rule. God is like God assigned the prince and the pope. Now he assigned all this territory.
And since I've got the divine blood, no wonder the android me mirrors me. They're trying to be me. I used to say this for years, the android me imitates me. We're now coming up with good reasons why. If I've got the best blood, then America, the android meme, since it is the blood prince, it will mime me. That explains anachrony. And the elation roars.
The technology of the blood.
Yes. There was another idea.
Because this interface that is the blood is the most powerful technology because it makes you God again.
Right, so blood, as I have an Up the Air for Andy, has become advertising. Branding is blood. In the machinic version of the prints, the blood is advertising, circulation of signs. Now, that brings me to my question, Roxy. What was it like to grow up in Mexico and know that you were not part of the divine country? You were a second-class global citizen. How did that affect you?
No, actually.
Did you have any awareness?
For example, the Aztecs and because the Aztecs and the Toltecs believed they were the center of the universe, and the big temple of Mexico City marked the center of the cosmos, and you saw there was this philosophy after the Mexican Revolution that we were the cosmic race. Also in America, it's like a cocktail of many different types of people. That and there's also the fact that after the conquest, 9 out of 10 died 1 year after the conquest, and we are the descendants of the one that survived. So, in a way, I mean, the people that live in Mexico City, the amount of stress and the things they have to go through every day, I don't think any other person that was not born there can survive that. The stress of the crowds, of the big distances, the competition, it's really extreme. It's something that only mega cities experience, and the people that come from these cities. After that, for example, for me, Berlin is like a small town. It's very peaceful and quiet. I don't feel the stress
let me just
a big city.
I want to come back to that. Let me just do this. So, is that you, Era? You're coming in from Norway? Your microphone is not too good. Anyways, just want to acknowledge Era. I haven't talked to her in a long time. She seems to have phoned in, but if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Oh, well. So you're, as a Mexican, you were brought up with a special sense of being at the center of the universe and the great survivors. All this was told to you as a kid? Is this part of what they teach in the schools? Is it part of the cultural bias?
Well, there's like a type of mystic that you learn in history, like it's hard to reconcile both sides of the European and the indigenous. Some people may identify with one side or with the other side, but there is also like a sense of like a big destiny, or we are always told that we are like the door to all Latin America, and we in a way are supporting the attacks and the imperialist policies of America. And it's amazing that there is this fiction still of a country called Mexico now. The policies are more aggressive and everything is being privatized, and some intellectuals say the country is being dismembered. and they seem to want to like to fusion America and Canada around the year 2018. But the culture is so different, and I don't know if that will be possible.
But the rest of South America is mad at Mexico. Right, but the rest of South America is mad at Mexico for the extension.
Actually, they actually see Mexico as some type of warrior nation that is defending all of the other countries. That is
a buffer.
Resisting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The buffer from the United States monster. It
has been. It took a long time to infiltrate the society, and for example, there is a glamorization of all the drug cartels in pop culture and in films and in music. A little like the rappers, that younger people may think that's cool, like to be a drug dealer, like a rapper thing, but more like in the cartels. And these are things that are take a long time to introduce in the country, but they have been doing these things a long time ago. And for example, some of the people in the cartels say they are like recruited when they're very young. First, they are used as just to take drugs from one place to the other. Then they can be chauffeurs. Then they're given weapons, and like that. They have a long training, and some may then, the most intelligent go to universities, and their studies are paid, or they go into the army or the police, so that the cartels have their people. And this infiltration takes a long time, but it has been going on for a while. So the situation is changing, and it seems like there is no more countries, but these mafias and corporations that are controlling these businesses that are human trafficking, weapons, and organ trafficking, and all types of things that are just seen as businesses.
So here's Zappa. Uncle Meat gets a group called Room of the Jets, and they're Mexicans. So Zappa was aware that he and Roy Estrada and Jimmy Carr Black maybe looked Mexican, especially the name Zappa is like Zapata. So it's interesting as Zappa puts on the Mexican warrior image versus the American empire. And then he puts out an album called Roxy and Elsewhere. I think Roxy can start to xenocratically think that she's a hidden motif in Zappa's work. You can start claiming xenocracy here.
It was released on my birthday.
Of course. Yeah, what? It was? What was released? Roxy and Elsewhere was released on your birthday?
The remake. Really? Yeah, the movie was made a long time ago, but it was released last year on my birthday, on Halloween.
Which is October 31st.
Yeah.
Right? Halloween.
So, of course, I say
yes. You know that Zappa's favorite...
Yes.
Yes, but Zappa's favorite holiday... That's right. Zappa's favorite holiday, and the one where he did the first world simulcast in Halloween 1981, first TV rock stereo simulcast, whatever it was, He did it on your birthday. So another reason Roxy is the hidden ground of Susie Cream Cheese. Roxy is Susie Cream Cheese. You're the little Debbie that the whole music industry. You're the little Debbie that Zappa is working for. Well, that's quite cute. What else is in there, Mexican? Now, he has a song called Portuguese. Now, listen to this. He has a song called Portuguese Moon Landing. Now, does that strike you as funny, that term, Portuguese moon landing?
Yeah, I do. I think it's funny.
No, you find it funny. What's the joke there?
Yeah. That the Portuguese landed on the moon.
Joking. Yeah. Well, why is that funny?
Just because of all the news that Russia and the United States going on the moon, and then he comes out with this title that the Portuguese landed on the moon. That's what I find it funny. Because it's not mainstream.
Okay, so right, the what Coker calls the cloning of America around the world. So all these second world countries reaching to become first world try to adopt the game shows and the style of American cultural content. So they're a cloning. Well, part of being in America would be to have your own moon landing. So you have this small country, not of any great fame or power, it has to have its own moon landing. It's part of the stupidity of technological imitation, that every culture has to have their moon landing. So it's a satire on the group mind or on tribal patriotism. That's what I see it as. Somalian moon landing. Yay! That would be about 3,000 years from now. Somalia finally lands a man on the moon. So it's a great comedy, Portuguese moon landing. But let's try Era again. Era, you want to speak? Can we have a voice from Norway, the home of Finn? Finn again awake. Well, no comment. All right, so what do we do next? We got some more commercials. This one. Well, that's a 27-minute one. I think that's it. I think I've done everything. Somebody named Paul Federspell commented on the video Roxy shared. Paul Federspell says, not being covered in U.S. Thanks, Roxana. So what was that? Which one is not being covered in U.S.? Civil War in Germany. You posted something. Civil War in Germany? Leipzig and migrants crisis. Oh, yeah, you were telling me about that. The Civil War has broken out.
Yes, because everybody's freaking out. There is more violence, and I was not aware because I never listened to the news and all that, but some people were telling me there is a lot of violence, for example, in the public transportation, and most of the weekends there are like born cars, and some people is really freaking out, like they don't want to go out late, and they don't want to do anything anymore, especially women. And yes, maybe in some places there has been really big confrontations, and people here feel it's not fair that they have no say in what's going on, and in medias from other countries, just because they protest, they call them Nazis. There are also these, like the Payday, the Nazi movement, but there is a lot of normal people, like housewives and normal people that just don't see any logic in the situation, and they just don't see how to solve this crisis. And Netanyahu was here last week, and he said they're in the middle of that conflict, but they are fighting for the same values that Germany has. And
who said that?
In a way, Netanyahu.
Who said that, Roxy?
The Prime Minister of Israel. Prime Minister of Israel. He was visiting last week.
Right.
And,
is that Netanyahu? Is he the Prime Minister?
They had been... Yes. He said they had been living with that situation always, and they're like sort of giving advice to Germany what to do in this situation, how to deal with this conflict.
Yeah, it's funny. Looking at the video, the police seem...
Maybe we should ask Kyle.
Right. The police seem to be moving towards something, and then there's all this tear gas, and the police seem to be running away. Shows them running, retreating.
Yes, because there had been demonstration from both sides of like the more radical and the less radical people, and German people feel that they're being separated because of this crisis. And that was actually a confrontation between the most radical and the people that were somehow demonstrating against the radical demonstration. So they had a confrontation, and the police had to intervene to stop the fighting in the streets.
Where was that?
Leipzig is in the east. Yeah.
Right. LaRouche used to go to Leipzig a lot in the 70s. I guess because he was Bolshevik connected, he would go to East Germany. Now, you notice Zappa said that the Soviet Union is like the United States in the perks, like the Communist Party people. That's a populist way of talking about how the Bolshevik sensibility has taken over the United States. He actually was saying a Dr. Beater point there. Only I would notice. Only I would notice that. I mean, Beater said that the Bolsheviks took over the Pentagon, and they're running the Republican Party, and so at least their doubles are running the Republican Party. And then Zappa says there's something similar between the Republican outreach with their special dinners and the way the Communist Party gives perks to its bureaucracy, to its elite. That's a kind of overlap I used to like in the holy offices. You know, between McLuhan, Beater, they would resonate with each other in their unique views. That was an interesting new form of pattern connecting that I'd come across. I created that. What is this I that keeps saying this? Who is this Bob that Ian keeps talking about? Everybody got a clue?
Yeah, how did you start
also interesting how
this
Frank
weird continuum?
Went in LaRouche.
What'd you say, Bert?
Also interesting how Frank sometimes parallels LaRouche. But when I listen to the interviews, I can hear it. Oh.
Yes.
That's right, you prompted him.
Did you hear what he just said? One of the things I played was he says, the CIA equals the mafia equals the Vatican equals something else, government or something. He makes that connection. That's a May Brussels pattern.
Yeah.
So
Did you talk to him about
Roxy,
the Berlin Wall?
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's a good point to bring up. No, I predicted the Berlin Wall would go down in October 16th, 1988. Interviewed Jerry Fialka's backyard by whatever that guy, Genesis, Dave Porter's show, Genesis of Music. Now, I don't know if I saw this, but in June '88, Zappa was on Johnny Carson. Like, the band had broken up, his tour had been aborted, so he was doing the talk shows, and he talked about how he did something. He went over to the wall when he was in Germany and proposed something to the various governments. What we heard him saying, he did do that. And he said it on June '88, and he was sort of trying to push for tear the wall down, but he had some practical solutions. I don't think he could say that he knew it would come down. No, he could say that in general. He knew it would come down, but he had to force it. He was trying to convince the powers that be, and I can't remember the project. You could probably go online, look up a 1988 Johnny Carson Zappa interview and hear it. So there he talked about it in '88, and so that overlapped with what I was thinking, and then I got to say it in Los Angeles, and then the next day, I said October 16th, then 5 days later I'm in Zappa's house, but we never got on to the to talking about modern events too much because Bob Marshall was there and Jerry Fialka, and I don't think Zappa would talk to me the way we used to talk privately in front of them. But we did talk about the surveillance in Zappa, the FBI monitoring of him. That was discussed, and he talked about that in front of Jerry. So, but the Berlin Wall did not get mentioned. I did not tell him that I had made that prediction. Now, when I was with him in 1985, I told him about Dr. Beater, and he didn't show much interest in that. And then we find out 30 years later, his little play, Cat and Beefheart and the Grunt People, Cat and Beefheart versus or meets the Grunt People, he has a little organic Robotoids in it. So there was a curious overlapping of these guys, but that they wouldn't acknowledge each other.
Yeah.
Which is the supposed individualism of the artistic temperament. You can't get artists together. They don't want to get into the group mind. Yes, Roxy.
Zappa claimed he was an atheist, but he had so many Mason books that Moon Unit published in her Twitter account when Gail died. So do you think he was a Mason? Because Masons are supposed to believe in a God.
No, Zappa wasn't any group. He was too unpopular. He was a nerd, or he was a antisocial juvenile delinquent. There's no group that would have him. That's what he thought was absurd, that the Republican Party was asking him to come to the dinner. And it sort of meant that they didn't know who anybody was, that they were sending the cards out. So it's either a con job, just sending out cards to anybody to come pretend you're going to get access to some corporate executive or something. That's pretty crazy. So, yeah, Zappa was mocking the fact they were asking him to be a Republican.
Real insiders know
What'd you say?
Both sides work for the same people. Like
yes, that's right.
The people behind the thrones are financing both sides, and that's why maybe it doesn't matter.
Right, that's
They're
true.
Just
good point.
The illusion of two different parties and two different types of programming the environment, but the policies
still programming the environment.
Actually continue to, even if the party changes, the same policies are continued, like the Democrats or the Republicans don't really change the agenda.
Right. The content doesn't change. The propaganda of the forms. The propaganda of the forms is always constant. Propaganda is the environment in action, not the messages. The content, the messages of who gets to sit in the White House is subservient to the language of the forms. But the forms have merged with the content. That's what's happening homeopathically in the Android meme for the last 30, 40 years. So let me just see something here. This has Bert.
Yes, because, for example, the Secret Council of 10, when you were in the Secret Council of 10, you were programming the world or America,
yes.
Or how did that work?
We were monitoring the changes to see if we would be forced to do practical tetrad management, because tetrad management was being done by the intelligence agency. So we would monitor what the new technologies would be to see if that we had to take over that role. But it never got to that point. The Secret Council 10 never got the responsibilities of government, because all government collapsed by 1990. So there was no position of tetrad management anymore.
Was Zappa aware that you were Secret Council of 10?
Zappa, McLuhan, LaRouche never said it, but it seemed to be unspoken. I mean, I think Zappa would, and I wouldn't emphasize it because then I didn't know how he'd react, but he had to think about how come I knew this and knew that. And he was smart enough to say, well, I'm not going to say Bob CIA because then I'll indicate I know, and then Bob won't come around anymore. So it was kind of wink, wink, don't say it, and just take advantage of what I offered him. I think that's the way it was with McLuhan, LaRouche, and Zappa. Now, Bieter, he was almost Secret Council 10 himself, so he knew. Bieter knew what was happening, because when we came to him in 1972 in Africa to tell him about what was going to happen in America as the Watergate unfolded, the people I was with were intelligence agents that he had acquaintance with. Remember, he was friends with Saudi princes, with the Japanese elite, all over the place. So, and then Bieter was part of the gold deal we did with the Queen. So he knew, but it wasn't. He had intelligence agents around him feeding him information besides me. So it wasn't a big deal for him. He had lived in that world since the 50s. Remember, he had been a member of the American Space Society. So he was born in 1921. So in his early 30s, he met Werner von Braun and some of those German Project Paperclip people that were pushing for a space program. And he was doing that in the early 50s. And he was in the CIA, he was in the office intelligence world during World War II as a young lawyer wannabe. And remember that Bieter tried to do what we're doing. He tried to sort of weaken the Rockefeller position. He and another guy, I forget his name, he did a book. He was Roosevelt's cousin or son-in-law, Colonel somebody. They were trying in the 80s, 70s, and 80s to bypass the Rockefeller power with his information that he was releasing. And then he said the Rockefellers stopped them. They prevented a big gold deal that Bieter was going to do. And then that's what Bieter told me all about within a couple of weeks after Ion showed up. I had a long session like I did with James Joyce with Dr. Bieter. I don't know if I ever played that. Is that Bert? Did I ever play me talking to Bieter? I wonder. I don't remember. Right. Well, that's Bert. That was his. That's Bert.
If it's relevant to.
Well, I have to listen to it again. I think there's a reason maybe I haven't played it. I have to see what we say, what I wouldn't want released. So, Bert.
I was going to say that was the secret. That was the Secret Council of 10. This is the Public Council of 11. Yes.
Bob is the non-physical leader, and the only council is the public. Yes, the public has taken over. It's a pure democracy.
Is it an anti-council?
No, it's the People's Council, People's Republic of Bob.
All right, Public Council of 11.
People's Republic of Bob. Yeah. The well-known Council of 11.
Droppers Anonymous.
In your face. Yeah, Unknowns Anonymous. The well-known, irritating, in-your-face Public Council of 11.
The Rogue or Maverick.
Droppers Anonymous? What did she say? Droppers Anonymous?
Drop Takers.
Okay.
Drop Takers Anonymous.
Well, Bert, you're in.
Hello, my name is
Bert,
Roxy.
We don't. What'd you say, Roxy?
She shouted something and just laughed.
I think they introduced it talk about their problems with alcohol in groups, and so I'm like making a parody of that.
We're the absurd council then.
Enforcing rogues.
Or the Maverick council.
We're the porno version of the Council of 10.
Well, no, we're the legit. They're the porno version of Council 11.
Okay, there's the
audience participation, and then the non-physical.
The word of ion is incredible. You can't lose with ion. So we can take any great artist and slap them up against us because we're equal to that and on a new level.
But it's a strong. This frequency is strong. It's not the noise of Zappa and the many rhythms and complexity of the music. It's really like McLuhan said, the electric environment made many people drop out, like this tuning drop out. But this frequency is, I would say, relax on the low or drop dead, not drop out. Really beyond the dropping out of just the system is the dropping out of the environment.
Well, McLuhan said drop out and drop in. Ian is telling you to drop in also. Drop out of the porno.
Yeah, and it's a display with the dropping of the drops.
Right. So you're saying that our environment, Payday, is very strong. Is that what you said? Very strong.
Yes, I think Zappa was the porn of this environment.
Right.
Like he wanted everybody to participate and be aware
and go for the higher hypothesis.
And change the environment. Go vote. He
right.
That's how you program the environment.
Be active, be creative, and on the LaRouche part, develop the hypothesis of the higher hypothesis. Always, creating, thinking, noticing, pattern recognition is what McLuhan called it. And last week, it was in a private session, Ion said there's a difference between the keys and patterns. Patterns is what you do normally, but getting the keys was a bit different. Maybe I'll have to play that later tonight, that little part. But so here's Wally, who's competent to appreciate Frank. You have to realize nobody else. Dave was the only guy paying attention to Frank. Not many people. They were thrown by different aspects of Frank. You know what I mean? They only saw one part of the elephant, and if their personality didn't like it, they missed it. And because he didn't present his guitar playing so voluptuously in the first few albums, no one knew he could really play a guitar unless you were in L.A. and went to some of his concerts. So Wally begins with a quote from Lucretius. He's an ancient philosopher on his book On the Nature of Things. It says, "It comes as a shock to our faltering minds to realize how little they know about the world." So he's saying it comes as a shock to our faltering minds to realize how little they know about the world, says Lucretia. Then there's a quote from Frank Zappa on Uncle Meat album. This is in the booklet, Notes on the Uncle Meat album. Zappa says, "The words to the songs on this album were scientifically prepared from a random series of syllables, dreams, neuroses, and private jokes that nobody except the members of the band ever laugh at, and other irrelevant material." So he's saying scientifically prepared from random series of syllables, dreams, neuroses, private jokes, and other irrelevant material. Now, that's either linked to the first four categories or it's an additional thing. It's ambiguous, right? And other, but it does say other, irrelevant. They are all very serious, the words. So what he means? Yeah, the words, I guess. They are all very serious and loaded with secret underground candy rock psychedelic profundities. In brackets, basically, this is an instrumental album. So he's talking about all these words, and they're very important. Then he says it's an instrumental album. So he's including music, I guess that's Sprechstimme or something, into the instrumental part. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, voice is an instrument.
Yeah, voice is an instrument. And then he has a quote from Ruben Zano, that's Ruben of Ruben and the Jets, June 1955. He apparently said, the present-day Pachuco refuses to die. Remember how Perez said the present-day composer refuses to die? Well, Ruben, a cult victim of Lorenzar County, a Mexican who is devoted to the Pachuco and pop culture, and of course, Roxy had to deal with that shit. Roxy was the Zappa of Mexico City, early 90s. She had this highfalutin, higher hypothesis kind of interest, but she had to hang out with pop culture, exactly like Zappa. Right, Roxy? You're actually the...
Well, the thing is, things were morphing in a way that you cannot separate these environments so drastically.
Yeah, like people who saw you in the rock band in the early 90s in Mexico City would never know, just from the cliches of the rock nightclub environment, that woman up there playing the synthesizer or whatever you played was a little kid at 10 years old hanging out with these senior Gurdjieffians listening to wacky electronic music. You can't put those two together, Roxy. That's pretty good. It's just like when people walked into a club and saw Zappa in the late 60s, they didn't know that he was a composer since he was 14.
And where did I end up with this senior Oppenel?
That's right. You ended up talking about repenting about everything. We're repenting the history of humanity, retracing and repenting, right? So here's Wally. So he says, we all live inside a plastic balloon, which Frank Zappa is trying to pop. Okay, so that means virtual reality. Virtual particles. We all live inside a plastic balloon which Frank Zappa is trying to pop. What has happened to music and American culture? Excuse me. What has happened to music and American culture since the mothers of invention have appeared as exterminating? Oh, it's a question. What has happened to music and American culture since the mothers of invention have appeared as exterminating angels? How's that for Ionism? For almost 4 years now, Zappa has been assaulting our ears and our sensitivities. People have been getting turned off by his antics and turned off and on by his music. So turned off by his antics and on by his music. But first things first, says Dave Wally. Zappa is no freaked-out psychedelic acid head. His band is composed of consummate musicians, and their music is vital, alive, and important. Everything the mothers do, right down to the multi-tracked belches, has infinite purpose. Zappa is a media master. Now there it is, satellite conductor. Zappa is a media. Remember, Zappa, McLuhan defines the Lucifer, the Prince of the Air, as a media master. So Zappa is a media master. Not only can he make music, but he can produce it so that it sounds the way he wants it to sound. He's a gifted musical eclectic, but he and his band have problems relating to the established cultural scene. That's Dobbstown and Iondom, right? We have problems relating to the average day of people's lives. So then Wally says, the mothers are artists then who have bridged the self-defensive gap, which is separated and continues to separate the cultural officials, New York Review of Books, Partisan Review, and Tulane Drama Review from the self-proclaimed guerrilla free culture. So he's looking at the old POBs, the print-oriented bastards, and how they're still defensive. They're still trying to prop up old visual space Gutenberg art values, and they ain't taking on the present. They're not participating like Frank is. That's a good semi-McLuhan point he's making here, right? The mothers are artists, then, who have bridged, they're successful, have bridged the self-defensive gap, which is separated and continues to separate the cultural officials, New York Review of Books, Partisan Review, and Tulane Drama Review from the self-proclaimed guerrilla freak culture. For the past 20 years, a wall has been erected between the official culture makers and culture... I have not read this before in 50 years, 40 years, so I'm going to stumble through it. For the past 20, and I ain't going to prepare for this show, right? No way am I going to sit around and prepare like a normal working jerk, so put up with my improvisations here. For the past 20 years, a wall has been erected between the official culture makers and culture advocates. The critic who presumes to measure and judge culture and the artist. Okay, so he's saying a wall between those who do the reviewing, the official culture makers and culture advocates, the critic who presumes to measure and judge culture, and the artist. So there's a problem between the artist and the critic. There has been quite a self-conscious effort on the part of these judges to relegate the mothers of invention to the freak file. These purveyors of taste, those beautiful people who write passionately about the movement, that means the radical student movement, the activist movement, the war, Vietnam War, and the new morality, have a disturbing habit of refusing to practice what they preach. See, this is where Zappa was the litmus test. He exposed what you really were. And Wally knows this. You know what I mean? Realize I haven't read this in 40 years. But it's good already. He's taking a simple version of McLuhan's themes in Through the Vanishing Point. Are you guys with me?
Yeah.
Yes.
So here's Dave Wally. He knows he's a great critic because he's daring to deal with Frank, and nobody else is. So he's expressing his grievance about how they didn't appreciate Frank. He says they are hung up with the iconoclastic culture of the 20s. See? They're stuck back there with Duchamp and those guys. They are hung up with the iconoclastic culture of the 20s and the radical overground culture of the 30s with the music and satire of Brecht and Weill, W-E-I-L-L, Kurt Weill. They seem to state with no uncertain... Remember when Frank Kosky, who writes for this magazine, was shocked that Frank knew nothing about Bertolt Brecht? This is very point. It's almost like Wally's making a subtle critique of Frank Kosky. They seem to state with no uncertain conviction that the music of today is less incisive in its social criticism than in the 30s. They speak about cultural history and culture as a reflection of society, but refuse to look at the present with the same perceptions as they minutely examine the past. All right, where do Fearless Frank and his merry men fit into this great cultural controversy? So, great opening point there, right?
Yeah.
You like this?
Yes.
Yes, and it's very impressive for me that McLuhan saw this, and he called the situation the global theater, where everybody has to put the costumes, different roles, and
right.
He says the stripper puts on the audience by taking off their clothes.
Yeah, they're private.
And everybody, all members of society, play in a common orchestra. He's really talking about this satellite conductor role, and he says in page 272 that the manager, the conductor, creates a vortex of power by putting his organization as an audience. The game changes from manipulation to participation.
Awesome.
And yes, and he also talks. For me, was very intriguing because he has this term, the unperson.
Yes, the unperson.
260.
That happened to Khrushchev.
Sounds like the person who are not. The unperson is the inevitable result of improved communication.
Yeah, look at that. Now, what do you mean by unperson?
All barriers of private consciousness are overcome.
Whoa,
the resulting collective form of awareness is tribal dream.
That's Rye returning to essence, the original separateness. You see how I could see related to what Worcester was saying? And that point, Khrushchev was an example of an unperson, head of the Soviet Union, but they had to change policy, and Brezhnev came in 1964, and I think Khrushchev, he lived a few years, but he was not talked about. He was erased from cultural history in the Soviet Union. He was made an unperson. Okay, let me, just to make sure we finish this, let me carry on. I'll stop every now and then for when you want to say something, either of you. So here's Dave wrestling the same problem that, now LaRouche talks about science and art are not divided. But the New York Review of Books have the old-fashioned divisions. You know what I mean? They're POBs. Yeah. The mothers of invention, for all their put-on obnoxiousness, and he puts in brackets, studied, I might add. In other words, they plan it. It's a studied theatrical obnoxiousness, and healthy disrespect for the establishment. You know, the mothers mentioned, for all their put-on obnoxiousness and healthy disrespect for the establishment are very much vital as artists in this culture. Some of their music is in the 50s folk medium, in brackets, a cappella pimple rock. So that's the doo-wop. And in hyphen, what better way to describe a culture than by using the culture's music to do it? 50s rock, to those out there who subconsciously intellected it, to those who dug it, was part of our cultural heritage. We were taught about morality, quote, bawling in the back seat of daddy's car, unquote, about greasers and good guys, about true love, sigh, in brackets sigh, and other delights. They learned this from the 50s rock and roll. We accepted it, or better, endured it. But we never thought of it as a potential cultural watering place. See? The average person or even average artist didn't think of putting on that ridiculous, stupid teen music and make it a cultural watering place. In one sense, the mothers, so Zappa took the present, like McLuhan advocates, and put on the present. In one sense, the mothers used this type of music to comment about the scene, capital S, relating it to the whole. The mothers minutely dissect those hidden years when we were all so pure. Mother's music makes you think. It is savage in its satire, but for some reason no one listens. In brackets, no commercial potential? Then Wally says, hardly. The mothers hit the audience right between the eyes, but they do it in funny ways. They hype themselves, or better, Frank comes on and says, in effect, quote, don't listen to us. We suck, you suck, it all sucks, unquote. But no matter how outrageous they are, you are forced to listen and marvel. Zappa's a con artist. Now, Don Thiel wrote in his book on McLuhan, his first book in 1971, that McLuhan was a con artist. And McLuhan objected to this, and there was a lot of debate, and that's covered in the appendix at the end of Don Thiel's second book called The Virtual March McLuhan, second book on McLuhan. But the point here is that Dave is calling Zappa a con artist, which is a compliment. Zappa's a con artist of the best sort. In brackets, you wouldn't listen to his band or buy his records if they came out in powder blue tuxedos with gold lame lapels, purple pants, and duck-ass haircuts, would you? So he's a con artist of the best sort. In brackets, you wouldn't listen to his band or buy his records if they came out in powder blue tuxedos with gold lame lapels, purple pants, and DA haircuts, would you? End of bracket. He wants to get your attention because he knows his music is America, with its plastic guitar, with its plastic cars, eye makeup, hairspray, and day-glow vaginas. Look at that, day-glow vaginas. He comes from L.A., the forest lawn of the soul. There was a famous movie about the funeral business in L.A., made by some mid-'60s director, Tony somebody, about Forest Lawn. He comes from L.A., which is a cemetery, a fashionable, highbrow cemetery. He comes from L.A., the forest lawn of the soul. He is the product of and the reaction to it. But few listen to him because he's so strange and he farts around on stage, spending 30 minutes tuning up and then giving the audience a finger for enduring it all so patiently. Under all that hair lurks the heart of a super-capitalist, one who doesn't want to exploit you as much as turn you on to the scene at its obnoxious worst. Everyone loves to laugh at the plastic hippie, the plastic people, but no one likes to realize that they're laughing at themselves. In brackets, no commercial potential? What? Question mark. What? Zappa makes you squirm, and rightly so. No one is perfect. Zappa forces you to examine what you hear and know. He keeps at you with insidious questions interspersed in his music like, quote, are you listening? Or what's so funny, shithead? Or wow, are you ever lame? As a result, the audience fights back in shocked self-defense. At a recent Fillmore East appearance, Frank introduced a piece by Charles Ives, famous American historical composer, scored for the Mothers. So Frank introduced a piece by Charles Ives, scored for the Mothers of Invention's Orchestra with, quote, this is how he introduced it. This is a piece of shit. We worked on it. This is a piece of shit we worked on in Miami for a few days. So he's presenting, so-called highbrow culture with the same disdain as lowbrow culture. When you, Roxy, when you were at whatever you did in your art world in Berlin, did you, cultural designer of the costumes, did you walk out or write in the program, this is a bunch of shit I worked on in between ignoring my ex-husband? Did you say that? No.
No, but
what?
Frank Zappa always said the freak is needed the anomaly is needed for progress, and
I do that. You're mumbling, or your sound's not great. What did you say? What did he say?
Yes, because he's presenting himself as a freak, but this freak is the needed gap for progress. He always said
the mutation. That's right. You
there
need
must
mutation.
There must be
a mutation,
an anomaly.
Yeah.
Because this freak is the thing that enables things to progress.
Right.
So,
that's right.
Out of the convention, out of the ordinary.
The medium, out of the norm tools and cliches of a society, there has to be a mutation, which is often a new technology, which mutates the old medium. And
yes, and I like how McLuhan calls that the rebels without a clue.
That's right.
He's saying humans always had the amazing power of communication, the word, the speech, that is also not only the word as we think in language, but all the techniques, all the mediums. And he says we also have the ability to put different roles and to create these environments and to put them on as our clothes, all these different environments.
Right, as their clothing,
and
which is a major theme in Finnegan's Wake. He's just
and it's already showing us the ionic ideas of the men as God. That,
right. That's right.
The man that can manifest and where's his environment?
Right. So let me continue here so I get this done next 10 minutes. Then he says, but Zappa and his mothers, so when Zappa said, this is a piece of shit we worked on in Miami for a few days, unquote, Wally writes, the audience was stunned. No one knew what to do when it was over. I didn't know whether Frank was putting it on or, the audience was stunned. No one knew what to do when it was over. Okay, but Zappa and his mother's invention challenged the whole structure of the intellectual establishment. See, not just music. He's fighting against the narrow-minded musicologist come cultural historian who insists that modern music and social criticism must be unheard, that only the cognoscenti, the degreed and university-affiliated composer is valid. For these unhappy and misguided few, the measure of an artist's statements is proportional to the obscurity to which it is relegated. So the more obscure, the better, says the academia. The longer an artist starves and subsists on sparsely attended but now this is exactly Roxy's world. So you got sick of this. The longer an artist starves and subsists on sparsely attended but heavily critiqued concerts, the more valid and incisive his statements are. That's your world, right, Roxy?
Yes, because Zappa saw what McLuhan sees, that these environments are like the dead sets of a movie.
Right.
It's just illusion, but they're already completely obsolete. So there is no point in engaging in this type of specialized environment or education anymore.
Exactly. So Wally says the academics, what they are really saying is that art isn't art until it has been given the special seal of approval which certifies real insight, real in quotes. These critics retreat into their wobblies, which is anarchists of the 20s. These critics retreat into their wobblies mythology, the Spanish Civil War, the radicalization of the American labor movement, and the surrealist and Dadaist period in European culture, and ignore their own American culture. Now, Bob Dylan was attracted to the Wobblies when he first went into the folk world in Greenwich Village, so Dylan was a victim of that meme at that point. Wally says, these snobs, they cannot see the worth of any artist until he has either safely starved his way into death's other kingdom or comes hat in hand to them pleading, quote, please certify my art, give me your approval, please say I'm valid, unquote. Then he says Zappa's album, Uncle Meat makes no such pleas. It speaks in a loud voice. But on to the review. So that's his introduction to the Zappa phenomenon. And now he reviews the album, and I don't know if he'll finish it. Uncle Meat, composed between October 67 and February 68, makes the mind boggle. It is superbly engineered and produced, and is full of those ideas which are anathema or a curse to official minds. If the movie is of the same quality as the incidental music, it should be a real cultural event. Uncle Meat is primarily an instrumental album. The songs are gems set into its intricate framework. And then it lists a few of the songs, Dog Breath, Uncle Meat Variations, and Cruising for Burgers. They talk about the American dreams of the 50s, hot rods, baby shoes strung on rearview mirrors. In brackets, one state, I forget which one, gets so uptight that it passed an ordinance against baby shoes and padded dice so displayed on the rearview mirror. Also phony IDs for drinking, hubcap stealing. It's a re-examination of lost innocence. And remember, it's parallel to Reuben the Jet. So he did it with Lumpy Gravy and We're On for the Money were a pair. As Will He Free and Freak Out were a pair. Or there was a pair within Freak Out because they had two disc album. And then now you got Uncle Meat, parallel to Reuben the Jets coming out at the same time. He says it's a re-examination of lost innocence. In brackets, actually it's enough to make you break out. I think he means in Pimples. Mr. Green Jeans, another song, is an updated version of Henry Miller's essay, The Staff of Life, wherein Miller dissects America's culture by eating its bread. Frank's vision is more to the point. And then he quotes from the album notes in capital letters, deliciousness, nutritiousness, worthlessness. Carolyn would have a problem with the word worthlessness there. Ion is for deliciousness, Carolyn's for nutritiousness, and Dobbs is for worthlessness. So there's a mixture of Ion, Carolyn, and Bob in the three phrases, the three words in capital letters, and the notes of Uncle Meat. Uncle Meat, all about meat. Electric Aunt Jemima.
Flavor ice cream.
Yes. I don't know if Zappa sings about ice cream. It's hard to recall anything. He quotes the song, Electric Aunt Jemima is a song of sexual/gastronomical abandon, while Sleeping in a Jar is a lyric of artificial inseminatory love, stating, quote, Mom and Dad are sleeping in a jar. The jar is under the bed, unquote. The master of the song cycle, such as it is, the song called The Air cops off a Platters type arrangement, Platters 50s band group, steals off a Platters type arrangement, compounds it with obscene rhymes like, quote, the air escaping from your pits, the hair escaping from my teeth, and unquote. And blah, blah ends with some purposely obscure band in-jokes. Purposely obscure. And he says, very funny. 6 songs which cover the gamut. Love, what is this? So he's saying these 6 songs which cover the gamut, love and marriage, sex and the automobile, the plastic culture at its transparent best. The music in Uncle Meat defies description. It takes all current and not-so-current styles and turns them around. It would take me too long to go into all its nuances because I would bore the hell out of you with name-dropping, and I would bore myself to death with slavish researching. How the Mothers play this music, though, deserves mention. The Mothers have every right to be considered a symphony orchestra. They play together, they have all the components of any symphony, wind, strings, brass, and percussion, and their music is scored for symphony. Would it make any difference if the New York Philharmonic called itself the Eureka Symphony Orchestra? Actually, it's the Umika Abnukial Emuka Symphony Orchestra on Lumpy Gravy, but I'm not sure if he means that or he means something else. But he says, would it make any difference if the New York Philharmonic called itself the Eureka Symphony Orchestra? Of course not. The quality is still there as well as the musicianship, formal or informal wear notwithstanding. But perhaps I'll try to state just some of the musical styles present in Uncle Meat. So he lists a few. The Coasters, that's R&B, Platters, John Coltrane, Wallingford Reiger, I don't know who that is, Wallingford Reiger, Ruben Sano, that's the Jets, Hindemith, Bartok, and many more. In brackets, see Freakout, the Mother's first album, for a complete listing. Close bracket. A good example of a well-developed Mother's piece is King Kong on side 4, a theme with variations by Don Preston, Motorhead Sherwood, Bunk Gardner, and altogether now the Mother's Ensemble. The piece is a whole side, 60 minutes long, aesthetically pleasing to modern jazz freaks or freaks in general. Special mention is herewith made of Ian Underwood, the group's sex symbol. Now, what was interesting, when Carol was in med school, she befriended Ian Underwood's nephew, cousin. He actually went to Dalhousie. Special mention is herewith made of Ian Underwood, the group's sex symbol, a virtuoso who plays electric organ, piano, harpsichord, celeste, clarinet, and alto and baritone sax. His shining hour comes, no pun intended, on Ian Underwood Whips It Out, recorded live in Copenhagen. I was really amazed by his control over his instrument, a fine musician. Uncle Meat is a potpourri. It even has some recitative pieces, I guess vocal pieces, word pieces, added for giggles. The Voice of Cheese is a rap by the original Susie Cream Cheese about what got into her. Our Bizarre Relationship is concerned with the sex life of the plastic straight and his relationship to the groupie scene in Frank's L.A. Pad. Another one's called, If We'd All Been Living in California. That is a nostalgic look at life with the Mothers and their money hassles. And then in brackets, Ian Underwood's anguished plea for, quote, just 2 months of this good money is priceless. 2 months of this good money, unquote, is priceless. All these pieces give voice to the inner workings of Zappa's imagination, spoken message / comments injected into an already pungent musical satire and experimentation. I got 1 minute, okay? Can you take give me 1 minute?
Maybe I would like to read only the quote from the page 14.
Okay.
Take today.
Yep.
He says, when a man-made environment circumvents the entire planet, moon, and galaxy, there is no alternative to total knowledge programming of all human enterprise. Any form of imbalance proves fatal at electric speed, with the superpowers released by the new technological resources representing the full spectrum of the human senses and faculties. Survival now will seem to depend upon the extension of consciousness itself as an environment. This extension of consciousness has already begun with the computer and has been anticipated with our obsession with ESP and occult awareness. So he's saying from the phonetic alphabet and the Gutenberg galaxy, the education was fragmented, and then with the electric environment, we needed to start the orchestrated programming, the satellite conducting, because the new coming environment of the ionic technologies demand this extension of consciousness and this occult awareness, the awareness of the mystery landscape. And I find it very amazing that he saw that we have to prepare to be these satellite conductors, and that this mystery landscape was the next thing, this last extension of consciousness.
You know what? Remember what Ian says? I fucking influenced these fuckers back in the 60s.
Yeah.
Writing a Bob's script.
But yes, because it was just like the thing, we can use these tools, like all the persons you put in the chart, to overlay with what you're saying and what Ian is saying.
Right.
And the real education that Ion is telling us, the real science and the real knowledge.
The real art.
That is about really learning about how your body functions and what is blood and
your many bodies.
And the frequencies and how to play in this ionic orchestra and take turns in conducting.
Right. Now that quote you read, wouldn't you like to get all the friends, all your intellectual friends you've met through your life to read that and pay attention to that, what you just read?
Yes, but I think, like you said, many people that claim to be McLuhan specialists don't get the real deeper meaning of all these things. They talk about the global village and the global theater and this, but they don't realize what that meant in the environment and in the situation that we are experiencing now. And the only way to, like Ian said, make sense of all these different threats, so many weird information every payday.
every
DJ, person evoking.
Every song Bob plays is the great DJ.
Crumbs. Yeah, all these little crumbs.
Yeah.
And how to make this new song with all these little notes.
Right. Yeah. And remember, each one of these guys on the chart, Zappa, he's in the Homeopathy TV. They're figures for media environments that people are engaging. And the media environments, the analog media environments, are the content of the Android meme. So you want to look at the left-hand column where it says radio, TV, computer, satellite. The mixture of those environments is what's talking to you. And the chemical body of Zappa and McLuhan are providing glimpses of what's talking to you.
Yes, and to attend this concert is like the ultimate experience because you are being transformed, the environment at all levels, and these things are being talked about as they are happening. So this is really
Jean says a little while ago, says, "This is great, Bob." So she's listening. So there's the audience. This is great. Okay.
Well, I have to go, but I think more or less the most important have been said.
Yes, by you.
Just study the chart. Everything is in the chart.
But wait a minute, Roxy. Can you stay another minute? Let me finish the article. We'll talk about it next week, but let me just get it to complete the words, okay?
Yes.
I'll read it fast. So he's talking about Underwood, his anguish plea that there's just 2 months of this good money. If we can get 2 months of this good money, and we get somewhere, that's priceless, says Dave Wally. All these pieces give voice to the inner workings of Zappa's imagination, spoken message and comments injected into an already pungent musical satire and experimentation. Then he says, what does all this say? The mothers of invention, in spite of themselves, are the real voices of this culture. And you have to realize how fucking, this is a pretty amazing thing to say. Are the real voices of this culture. As ugly as they sound, as obscene and nerve-jarring as they come on, as much as they defecate on the system they work through, in spite of all this, they are valid, vital, and need to be heard more widely. They are hardly ever played on FM radio, and never on AM radio, because they step on too many toes, rearrange too many minds, upset too many decent people, in brackets, mostly advertisers and Peoria shut-ins. And he says, fuck decency. This is a critic. Fuck decency. Music is music. He gets all worked up. Those people who cringe when Zappa belches should peddle their sensitivities elsewhere. The culture vultures should take off their shades and quit hiding behind their pseudo-academic temporizing and listen to the mothers and their music. They are artists in the largest sense of the word. Even if Ned Rorem of the New York Review of Books doesn't cream over them like he does over the Beatles, he should still get the wax out of his ears. The mothers mean business. They hit you where it hurts, but they are living, changing, and important artists in an age which needs everything you get to get straight. In the words of a famous Italian mother, the leader of the pack, I'll leave you to your ears. Quote, we would like to encourage everyone who hears to join us. Hears in italic. Right. And then Wally says, he ends his review, freak out, it's good for you. Did you just say it's amazing, Roxy?
Yes.
Very good review. Excellent review in '69 when, Bert's grandfather and parents never even knew this was happening. The blacks did not know Bert. Neither did the whites. But talk about an invisible environment, and Dave Wally got it, and I knew the guy. I'm proud to know the guy. Maybe I fucking influenced him. Maybe I wrote this. I probably wrote this. We'll end on that note.
Yes, because as Lois and Joyce saw what an artist really is the therapist that is balancing the perception. There is another quote from McLuhan about the vanishing point, how he says to go out of the maelstrom now, you have to do this type of repentance and go through the vanishing point.
Yeah.
Because you have to understand how art is always showing you the hidden ground, and it's the only thing that could help before with the other genres to balance the perception and the situation of men adapting to the new environment. But now art is not enough.
That's right. And media aren't enough. The Android meme is not even enough. The Android meme never thought it would get obsolesced by me. I surprised the heck out of it.
The only thing that can help is the mutation of the blood.
Yes, the mutation of the blood. Join the vampires. Let's take vampirism back from the vampires. They got it all fucking wrong. They don't know how to fucking live off the blood. They've ruined the fucking blood industry, and we're taking it back from the vampires.
Well, they were different attempts of taking the power, but like all these persons in the Loire Valley were into wine because they said that was the thing.
Well, they all had heard about the label. They all been affected by that label, the mystery label. So, are you biking to work? What's the weather like?
Well, here it's always sort of rainy and cold.
So, do you drive your bike in that weather?
Yes, I prefer to bike. I actually like it.
Good. All right. Well, thanks a lot, and very good quotes. You're doing great homework and really good McLuhan quotes. I've never had anybody in dialogue with me quote great McLuhan quotes back to me.
Yes, there is more LaRouche, and it's amazing how LaRouche, I was seeing they're going a lot to China now.
Yes, they're very involved in China.
I think the solution of the situation will be to connect China like with a type of transportation that brings all the goods from China to Europe, and to start industry again in many areas that were deindustrialized.
That's right.
But maybe the Europeans are going to become the cheap workers for China.
That's right. Right. And there's one of the holy offices, LaRouche, miming Ion more than he realizes. He doesn't know how true he is by talking about China like that.
Yes, and in fact today McLuhan is talking about Taoism and China.
Yeah.
And it's amazing that he could see that before at that point.
Yeah, you look at all the materials that these guys create, Zappa, McLuhan, LaRouche, and it's all orchestrated into a cosmic, intergalactic, huge painting by Bob. I've turned
Yes, they are, and it's really, when one gets these connections and these levels of what they really were talking about, it's really amazing.
Yeah, it's aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay, very good. So let's play some Zappa music, take a break, and then Bert and I will deal with the hoi polloi. Bye. Thank you very much.
We'll
see.
I'll come later. Maybe Ion is there.
Yes.
Very late.
Yep.
Bye.
Okay, see ya. Thanks a lot. Now, what could I play? Let's go over to the Zappa part of our inventory. We have a whole Zappa section, which actually has also Bessel Goodman in it, and we would try to pick something we haven't heard much before. And that was a piece from Uncle Meat, the album we read the review by David Wally of, called Project X, and we started off with a 19-minute piece called Subcutaneous Peril. Subcutaneous means under the skin. And then we had a little verbal vignette about the mistake of being in Frank Zappa's band, and then before Project X and after that vignette, we heard Anyway the Wind Blows. So that subcutaneous piece, that was really good. I haven't heard that ever. Once or twice in my life or something. But you like that, Bert? That 19-minute piece?
Yes, I did. Yes.
That was 1971.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, there's a few albums of that period. Weasels Rip My Flesh, Chunga's Revenge, Burnt Weenie Sandwich, which were collections of stuff recorded in the late 60s before the band broke up. And the way Zappa plays guitar in those albums is, you can hear that sound in this thing, which according to the list says it was released in 71 or recorded in 71. That would be after he reunited the Mothers or formed a new band. But it's got that really neat guitar sound that we hear in Chunga's Revenge, which Eliza likes.